Hey ho. There we go. Acknowledge. What the fuck is going on? What is that? Doo. Something didn't go according to plan, clearly.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been advanced visited.
Hey, hey, hey.
Anvil Aerospace. All systems online. Takeoff complete. destroyed.
Shit, that's an MSR.
Shields hit.
Eat this!
Shields hit. Bogey.
Ah!
Shields hit. Target destroyed. Bogey.
Ah!
Died. I need a camera.
So tell me a bit about what's going on. One of my friends just told me about this huge deposit he spotted down at this camp. How are things with you? Goes according to plan. The two of us are going to go tap in on that extractor, which makes a decent profit. Wouldn't have put it like that myself, but I get what you mean.
Any available doctors? You are needed in surgery.
You're right.
I've been better. Had a terrible dream last night. Something woke me up in the middle of it too, and now I can't.
Stay hydrated and take regular breaks. Your health matters.
Ba-ra-pa-pa-pa.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again.
Life been good to you recently?
Been looking to put together another haul, but credits are a bit tight at the moment, so pulling a few hustles on the side.
As my pop says, you can't control life. Just gotta live it the best you can.
I heard some scuttle that the Moraine have a mole in the People's Alliance. I need you to keep your eyes and ears open about this. Folks talk more freely around. Any security concerns you want to flag?
You know, dealing with assholes. Got this guy about town what he owed me for his haul. I'm giving him another day to cough up the crowds, or I'm gonna kick it out of him.
Not sure if you ever met my grandma, but she used to say, acknowledge the evil you see, don't let it change you. I always have that in the back of my mind when thinking about how the Alliance should handle this stuff.
The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily.
Buddy of mine. Sounds like I might think twice before I so low enough tries to shake him down. People are going on and on about seeing you right between the eyes. They've always been keeping my tabs on us. Now, I'm not saying violence is the answer, because we have it better than them. Might think twice before they could learn a thing or two from us. Don't you think? No point even thinking about it. I'd sooner cut off my own arm than deal with a member of the UEE. You can quote.
How about you? You good?
Got up early today to walk around and clear my head, and guess who I ran into? Of course, talking and acting non-stop the entire time we were together. I feel that
What's going on
saying. He's a nice
with you?
clearly dedicated to the cause, but
As my pop says,
my head
you
hurts.
can't control life. Just gotta live it the best you can.
Pretty wild.
Life been good?
Something's wrong with my Habs ventilation system. They got hot as hell in
People
there.
going on and on about seeing you.
Got to slim all out of sorts today.
They've always been keeping tabs on us. Trading with some banner, and you know why? We managed to get a hold. We have it better than them. They believe it.
Okay, let's get that going for you.
Some sidekicks find the coughed up, which will help you clear out the desk.
It's always one thing after another these days. First the Outlaws, now the Vandal. I've heard folks talking about how we should be having a parley with them. But they're not like us. We can't just sit them down and have a conversation. I just don't know what we're supposed to do against a bunch of bloodthirsty, murderous aliens. If the door want to wipe us out, I wish they'd go ahead and do it already.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers. The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily.
Been trying to teach some new arrivals how to weld a pipe back together, and I'll tell you, if this is the best the next generation has to offer,
Simpatico with his worldview. How it goes, I guess.
Oh, god damn it.
Welcome to the A. Please visit
Right.
us again.
Let's go to the hangar. Oh, fuck. Mission. Shit. Like they tell you to neutralize a target and then to stand by. Which tends well if you kill them before scanning. Or intersect, what was it? Contracts. That's Merkwork, I believe. Is it? Maybe Bounty Hunter? Alright. Contracts.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
I got my Paladin back.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Whatever.
Welcome. Please
Pa.
welcome
What do I
to
need?
the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Need my
Vehicle
Paladin.
has been delivered to the base.
Let's see. I think this is the one. Locate missing person. Da. There was a contract that said that there will be more work. Yeah. Hello.
What are you up to?
And it crashed. Fuck. My PC freezing up until the game crashed. So that's good.
Game
Well,
crash is the first thing I hear. Okay.
That answers my question about how the patch has been for you.
Well, it's not bad. I think why it crashes, it's some sort of issue with the Trackayar and Star Citizen. And it has happened on every patch so far.
I mean, this patch might have been, or like, is probably the worst I've played in a while, though.
Oh, for me, no difference, honestly.
Nah, I mean, the amount of crashes with like the noise bug. Like,
Oh,
anytime
yeah.
the fucking crispy, like, crackling static sound comes, you crash. It's ridiculous.
It's every time.
Crispy crackling sound.
Yeah, it only
it's-
happens in Nix. I don't know
Nah,
why.
it happens in Stanton as well, but it only happens in proximity to the Nix gateways. Like, in Nix and in the
Oh,
Nix gateways.
didn't have that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always, but it's like, when it happens,
Yeah, well,
it's basically a guaranteed
it
crash.
will like depend heavily on your machine system. It's like, you know.
No,
it's
that's a game.
combination
It's a
of
game.
things.
It's a game.
Yes,
thing.
it
The
is a
devs
game,
say.
but it won't happen on every machine, even though it's a game's problem.
Well, yes, it would, because it's a game problem.
Well, no, that's not how it works, though.
I mean, if it's a game problem, it can happen on every PC, no? Like,
It can, but
the game's
won't.
the same on every PC.
It's not 100% chance that it will happen.
Well, no,
Not
well, it's
every
not
bug is
100%.
100% reproducible on every hardware.
Well, I mean, yeah, but this one is like, there's a million fucking Spectrum posts about this.
Well, yeah, but I haven't had that issue, and I went through those gateways, no problem.
Yeah,
The only
again,
problem
like
I have with the gateways is that sometimes I go through them and I'm still in the same system, but that has been a problem for a while.
I mean, it doesn't happen all the time with the like static noise, but when it happens, it's basically a guaranteed crash. Because the game just kills itself after a while.
Is it by static noise you mean like a
Like
sound
game-
that
the game just
normally
gets
is in
through.
the game, or is it a
No,
sound that happens because of the buffering? The
No,
PC
basically
fucking up?
it cut like the sound, the game sound, game music, game sound, everything cuts out, cuts back in, cuts back out, cuts back in like rapid succession.
Oh yeah, that's essentially your CPU freezing up, and that's the buffer replaying itself over and over again.
Well, I mean, I checked my CPU and my CPU was like completely fine. And it's also, I mean, if the CPU was freezing up, like background applications would freeze as well, and they don't.
Depends what core, though. I had those issues not in Star Citizen, but I had those issues in other games, especially on my previous PC.
I mean, the current explanation that CIG has given is that it's when you basically hit the border between two servers. Is that like basically you don't get transferred over to the next server properly in Nix right
Which freezes the game, and everything waits for the information, so it completely
So it's a
freezes
server
up.
meshing problem.
now. It's a server meshing problem, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Right, I'm back.
You're still in Pyro, right?
Yeah, I'm at Megami Fuel, so there's no extra large hangars here, so I'm taking advantage of the exterior cargo elevators.
I'm surprised that they haven't added extra large hangars, because there's so many fucking Polarises and shit now.
Yeah.
Although I guess it would make docking kind of pointless.
Yeah, it would. I get where they're coming from, because they added the exterior cargo elevators and shit now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to play with that, because through some CCU shenanigans, like upgrade paths and shit, I have landed on a whole sea.
Oof. Nice.
So I should probably use that for something.
Exterior cargo elevators work very nice.
They work incredibly well in Nix as well, like the like big thing that extends underneath the Nix, right? Like the like, I don't know what the fuck you even call it, like the fucking spikes that come out of the mountain, out of the rock. Those work really well as well.
Almost took my fucking helmet off in space to take a drink. I forgot I was outside.
Hey, do it, go on.
Looking at the freight manager.
I mean, I want to come over to Nix as well to maybe snack some to Pyro to snack some components. The problem is with ship to attack.
Just bring a cargo ship. I'll bring my Polaris. Or not a cargo ship, something that can haul shit and kill shit.
Yeah.
Because we have to destroy them first.
Yeah, I'll just bring the where the fuck is it? I'll just bring the Perseus. 100 SU should be enough for some guns.
Oh yeah.
I did Hatho last night, by the way. I'm single-handedly driving down the price of Karanite right now. Selling it for 65k per rock instead of $1 million or whatever incredible number it is right now.
Come here, my NDBs.
You've so far only found NDBs, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Trust me, I've been trying to find the NNs. I need them. I need 4 of them.
I just want a full NDB loadout. Fire rate is just too good to pass them up.
Yeah.
I mean, the real question is how do we get to the like actual components like the quantum drives and shit?
I don't think we can.
I mean, I think because some of the fighters have like deployable thingies now, where you can like open the little hatches on the side of the ship.
Oh, they might, yeah.
I might check that.
So if I change the weapons on my F8, like outside of the vehicle manager, will it save?
What do you mean outside of? Don't think so, no.
Okay.
Because I think it's the vehicle manager that saves it.
Ah, yeah. Well, one of the NDBs was lost to the void of the cargo elevator. I wanted to go pick it up and it just said, nope, I'm going underneath it.
Yeah, yeah. I think just, you don't even have to snap them to the grid, I think you can just put them on, like lay them onto the cargo elevator. It worked for me with like FPS weapons in the past. Pyro. Pyro gateway.
Knocked myself over and then crushed myself with my own NDB. Nice.
He did?
Yeah. Oh, am I dead? No. Alright, those are loaded up. Wait a minute. I'm missing. Okay. The NDVs I was gonna sell you are gone, so
Oh, rip.
we get new ones.
I think it's probably best to put the like weapons in storage boxes, because I think you can into like the large ones.
No, you can't. I tried with the
Can't you?
ESCU. No.
Because I've had the same experience when I was like hauling some components back from I think New Babbage to like our corp, or half of them were gone when I arrived.
Hmm.
Do you guys like Lego?
I used to, yeah.
Quantum drive.
Have you ever assembled any of the big car models from Lego Technics?
Nah.
Not any of the big cars, no. I've been looking at getting the Volvo, the big excavator.
Well, for my birthday, I've gotten some colleagues from work got me a Peugeot LMP1 from Le Mans 24-hour race. I was wondering how long does it take?
I think for most of those big things,
It's
it's
like
online.
1700
Like,
pieces.
Oh, that shouldn't take long at all. That's nothing.
Yeah.
That's like maybe like 3-4 hours. Like just put a
3-4
movie on in the
hours.
background and keep going.
Right.
No, like the big sets with like 7,000 and 8,000 pieces. Those are the ones that take long.
Oh yeah.
I haven't
Those ones take
seen
forever.
that big of a set in
I
Technics.
think that the Star Wars ones have. Oh no. The
Oh yeah,
Technic
but
ones you're
those aren't Technics. Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense. 'Cause the biggest ones from the Technics I've seen were like 3,400, something like that.
The architecture sets are the biggest right now. The Colosseum has like 10,000 pieces.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
apparently there
Yeah.
are some 18 plus sets nowadays.
Yeah,
Fucking
there's
Lego strip
multiple.
clubs and shit, which is weird.
Well, I mean, the 18 plus sets are more so because kids just don't have the patience for those.
Mm-hmm.
Like they would literally just pick them up and throw them to the ground after a few hours.
This is too hard.
No. I meant 18 plus as in sexual content.
Nah. There's
Apparently
no,
there's some new Lego for adults that's official, which is fucking
Nah, I have not seen that at all. Like, I don't think Lego would ever do that either.
It would be weird.
Children's,
It's just
the
something
children's
I
toy
have in
manufacturer.
passing.
No. There's no
Although
way.
more and more adults are fucking children, so
Fucking hell, that was close.
what the fuck?
I almost fucking nosedived into a fucking asteroid.
What do you mean my vehicle being pounded? Fuck you.
Your vehicle is being pounded?
Impounded.
Impounded. I guess I'll journey to exec on the server and see what's popping. I don't think anybody can really kill me over there.
Yeah, I can come with you actually. I'm at the gateway now.
Okay.
I'm in my good old Perseus.
How do you like the
That will-
ship?
It's absolute dog shit right now, but it will be very good next patch.
Oh, nice.
Once armor gets added.
It's way too fucking squishy. Like it literally dies
Yeah, I've
to
seen
two
some people
fighters in like
complaining
a
about
minute.
that.
Yeah. I mean, for an $800 ship, it should be. I mean, it shouldn't be as strong as the Polaris because it's not a capital ship, but it should also not be weaker than a fucking Hammerhead. Like, what's the point of getting a fucking?
Isn't that
Well,
kind
especially
of
when-
a same class as the Hammerhead?
It is. I mean, it's a bit big. It's quite a bit bigger actually than the Hammerhead.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
I think the Hammerhead
I
is
thought
like.
I thought they were kind of similar.
Yeah.
I think the
same.
Hammerhead is like 80 something meters. The. I mean, okay, it's 20 meters difference, but still. I mean, the Perseus is
slightly
meant
bigger.
to. The Perseus is meant to be like the replacement of the Hammerhead. Like the Hammerhead is the anti-fighter, like what's the class even? Corvette, I guess. And the
Perseus is
Perseus.
anti-hammerhead.
I mean, the Perseus is the anti-big ship version, basically. The problem is, if it dies to two fighters in a minute, what the fuck is it gonna do against an Idris? Like, I get the weakness of the big ships are fighters, but at least give them shields that can, you know, tank a little. Especially when your designated role is a bruiser. Like, how the fuck are you supposed? How are you supposed to be a like ship that stays in fucking combat for a while when you die instantly? There's no point.
Yep.
Shields online.
Let's head over to Payam Exec. This might be the first time I'm running out of fuel in the Perseus. Welcome back.
Make sure no bother while we're working.
Did he just ask that question?
Mm-hmm. The Hammerhead with like 9 guns definitely has value as a solo ship.
Yeah, I barely managed to fly Paladin solo. Imagine flying a
Paladin,
fucking hammerhead.
Paladin's easy solo. You have 4 guns and missile control, but with the Hammerhead
2
you
guns.
have no gun system.
For pilot.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, technically it's 4, it's 2 on each side.
Oh yeah, but the big turret is slaved.
Yeah, I know. I have the Paladin myself. It's a very good bounty hunting ship though.
Oh yeah.
If you have a gunner for the turret.
Even for a dog shit player like me, I'm flying it solo, I can just kill shit. This is just
Yeah, I mean,
tanky.
it somehow feels more tanky than the Perseus, which is concerning. I still prefer the Starlance attack over the Paladin though. Better in my opinion.
Might
More
be, but
functionality.
big.
Well, yeah, I mean it's big, but it's not that much bigger than the Paladin. Paladin's like 50 something meters long. The
Paladin is
attack is like 80.
close to an Asgard, I think.
Yeah, I mean the attack is 83 meters long. I think the Paladin is wider than the attack though.
Shields hit.
Plus, the thing that the attack has that the Paladin doesn't is medbeds. You can respawn in it.
Well,
Which
you
seems
don't
to be
have
a thing that
respawn if you don't die, right?
Well, yeah. But I mean, the attack
Yeah,
also
having
believe
a
has
bed is
more
always
HP
good.
as well. Yeah. I mean, they make medbeds a bit too common, in my opinion. Now,
Yep.
though. Like the fucking Clipper has a medbed. Like, heh.
That makes it the
$150 ship
best
has a medbed.
solo
ABs.
ship.
What?
There's an F8 here with every NDB that you need, even the size 2s.
Perfect.
I'll be
I'm
waiting
almost
for you.
there as well. Yeah. Let me invite you to the party.
Target destroyed.
Here comes. Where even are you? There you are.
Shields damaged. There's a ton of ships here.
Can't wait to use my size 8 ballistics on them.
There's a bunch of fucking... There's ground vehicles just chilling in space.
Yeah, are those MDCs maybe? Because that would also be another use for them. Like, put them up, like outside of a fucking station you're attacking, and they shoot everything that attacks you.
Yeah.
Never thought of that actually. There's a fucking mole here. Why is there a mole here? Are the turrets attacking you?
Mm-mm.
Something is attacking you though.
Hey,
Fucking... It's a fucking terrapin. Why the fuck is there a fucking space turtle just attacking you?
oh, my PDCs ain't doing anything to it. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they are. It's like flashing red the entire time.
There you go. He's dead.
It is dead. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, now I just have to hope that those turrets don't melt me. Actually, no, they don't. Next second.
No, they won't. They won't shoot you.
Yeah. I see the F8. Let's make sure it doesn't exist anymore, shall we? Size 8 guns. Let's hope the station doesn't get angry when I do that. Because this ship will die.
Another F8 down here, then.
Shields offline.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Upper turret.
Now on.
See if I can kill both of those ships in one shot. That's the wrong weapon. There we go. Boom. That's the F8 gone. Actually, no, it's not. Why the fuck's taking the shields down? It's a ballistic. Huh? Huh? Aha.
Aren't ballistics still partially stopped by the force field?
No, but I think this is just bugged because the F8 is not taking any damage even though its shields are down.
Damn, good ship.
It took damage there. Don't worry, I got it.
Nice, nice. Yeah, the F8 didn't take damage from my ballistics. The fucking Prowler does. I don't know.
I have a piece of the F8 inside of my ship.
Quantum drive is now up.
I have
That
a
was
piece
it.
of you now.
It might be because my weapon power isn't fully up. I don't know. Although fucking ballistics don't require power. Oh well. Maybe they
just
already nerfed.
overheat, that's it.
Yeah, maybe they already nerfed the fucking Perseus. Wouldn't surprise me.
I think. Well, the wings is gone.
One of your wings is gone?
No, the F8s.
Oh, okay. That is not a problem.
Oh no, is this area here? That's a light strike.
Let's see what we can do here. Okay, yeah, I just read, by the way. You need to put the weapon power to full for the turrets to be capable. That makes no fucking sense, but oh well.
It's annoying in the Paladin because it has enough power to run everything on max. Doesn't matter whether you're in SCM or nav, but by default it's not all on full. This makes sense.
There's a ton of shit. I mean, my Perseus will have enough power as well once I have the right components for it. But getting them is, for some reason, ridiculously hard because nobody's responding. Let's see what we have done there, shall we?
Do you have a tractor beam?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bogey.
No, it's not fully destroyed yet. I can't take them off.
Shields online.
That was almost bad. We almost went into space without a helmet on.
Eat this!
Shields hit.
Oh, it's not destroyed all the way. Oh my fucking god.
Nope. I'll just hit it again with my big ass fucking gun. See if it works this time.
Target destroyed.
If it doesn't, the Perseus is getting melted. Had enough.
Is the DPS at least good?
I mean, it's supposed to be good, but right now I hit a F8 like 15 times with a size 8 gun and did no damage to it.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
I mean, it's nominally has like 21,000 DPS, but it doesn't feel like it. It does not at all feel like it. Yeah, okay, I'll have to do that with the big guns, fucking hell. For fuck's sake.
I found the wing. Just the guns ain't on it.
Yeah, they're probably floating around somewhere. I mean, as long as there's 6 guns or something at least, I don't care.
You should have more than enough NDBs on that.
Yeah, I basically need a full NDB loadout, so that entire ship basically, but yeah.
Drive is now on.
It should hopefully do the trick. If he's got the NDBs, he probably has like the VK00 glaciers and shit as well. Hopefully.
Well, don't shoot it yet.
Okay. Let me know when.
Oh yeah, he might. It's a store-bought one with the camo on it.
You know what they should do?
Yeah,
But it will be
it takes the
annoying.
fucking shields down, bro. It's a ballistic cannon. Why does it take the shields down? It should go through them. Huh?
Maybe inside the shell you have pure light.
Yeah, and it also doesn't. I don't do any damage to it. I think this is just a bug with the F8. I'm not doing any damage to it.
Let me see. Get in my turret.
It looks like I'm going to fly through the sun.
I'm not getting hit indicators on it either.
I'm getting him on the wings.
See. No, I'm not doing damage to them. It's crazy. There we go, finally.
Yep, I'm flying through the sun.
Damage.
I had to shoot one of the cannons for it to explode. How the fuck does that make sense? Okay,
Sun did
let's
no damage to
see.
me. Okay.
Which sun? Nyx?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Nyx sun is yeah. Doesn't really exist.
No.
You can fly through the sun and
Yeah.
quantum.
Sounds healthy.
We have
Yeah,
made that
I hear you.
experience. I mean, it would be cold rather than hot, so. Pretty sure it's like a ice thingy, ice star, or whatever.
Ice
Cold
doesn't
star.
emit light.
And fucking Star
Might
Wars
be a
it does,
cold
so it
star,
probably does,
but a cold star would be still hot.
I don't know, bro. Star Citizen, you never know.
Oh yeah.
75%.
Okay, let's see. What do we have here? What's shooting?
I'm gonna hop back in my pilot seat.
Yeah. Why is it? Oh my god, this thing is bright. Fucking hell. Okay, number 1, NDB 30. I should have probably opened the cargo bay.
Quantum drive is now off.
AI behind.
Bogey.
Alright, I'm gonna go check the other ones real quick.
Mm-hmm. That is NDB number 1.
All channels, I'm under attack. Please, if you hear this, help me.
Radar contact.
No, don't move the entire animal. NDB number 2.
Is that a fucking ceiling? What the fuck?
I mean,
Another poor bastard.
Yeah. Okay, put that one there. Okay, that's 2 NDBs successfully rescued.
Shields hit.
It is a ceiling.
We've just abandoned it.
That's what I would have done, but the parts.
Yeah.
Bogey.
Do you have your NDBs on you, friend? Or do they strip you? No, you
Target
do.
destroyed.
You're mine.
Okay, let's see. There are 2 more guns here. NDB 28.
The fighters off me so I can work. Taking
What am I
fire.
fucking... Okay, lol. Fucking, PDCs are shooting at something.
That's another thing. More and more ships have
Shit, that was
PDCs.
one of our ships.
I mean, the big ships should have PDCs, to be honest. It would be kind of ridiculous without them, to be honest. Like, why can I? Oh, there we go.
You've got to keep
Like,
them off
imagine
us
the
so we can
Perseus that's already squishy without PDCs to at least combat fighters to some extent.
I have an F8 wing in my bridge.
Fucking hell. By the way,
I
Soviets
love. Yeah.
get ballistic and PDCs with next patch, by the way.
Why?
Because next patch you will be able to refill them.
Need help.
Oh, on my
They're
ship.
bringing ammo crates into the game.
Yep, my cargo bay is gonna be filled.
Yep.
Heading
same.
out. Take care.
Right now you just have to put them in the cargo bay, but they said later on you will have to like manually refill the cannons. Yeah. Like an engineer will probably have to do that.
Hey, that's pretty cool though.
That is very cool. Yeah. Ballistic PDCs will finally have a reason to exist.
Does that mean I can use the missile ones too? That'll be amazing.
I would assume so. Yeah. They didn't say anything about them, so maybe don't. But I mean, right now the missile ones don't work anyways. So. Yeah, they just don't shoot at all. There's the cockpit. Did I miss anything?
Well, I shot this Yulin. It exploded. Everything's gone.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's okay.
I'm gonna check the F8 for components after I got 6 cannons out of this one, by the way. So I'm missing 2 more then.
Size 2s.
I think these on the wing that I'm transporting right now are size 2s.
There's one size 2 on each wing and a size 3 on each wing.
I mean, there's 4 of each. Okay, then these are size 3s, so I need 2 more size 2s. Oh no, wait, this is one size 2 and one size 3. What the fuck?
Yeah. I just said there's a size 1 and a size 2 and a size 3 on each wing.
Okay. The wing. Let's see if you have any components, shall we? That station is so fucking bright. Why is the light so bright?
It's pitch black at the station over here.
Okay, where's component access on the F8? Are you component access? No, you're not. Okay, I think yeah, the F8 might just not have component access yet. Looks like it.
I think all the ships will have it once engineering hits. It will be required.
Yeah, next month, yeah.
Next month to next year.
No, well, engineering is coming next month, so.
Unless it's delayed.
No.
Shouldn't be delayed.
Oh, so alright, so it is then next month. Whether it's broken or not, they're going to release it.
Well, I
anyway.
mean, they've been testing it for 18 months, so I don't.
I
think
mean,
it's
they
gonna-
released Nyx without planets, and it's a fucking shithole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just,
I mean,
it's a
their
mess.
full focus is engineering right now.
Yeah. The fact that they even have it on Evo servers is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, apparently it's working very well on Evo, though, even with armor. Is that U-Flow? No, that's not U-Flow. Oh god. That's why the fuck is there another mole? Bro, what's the obsession with moles here?
That's an AI, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so I've got 6 NDBs. I need 2 more. And I've got no components, so I'll have to buy all of those as well.
The mole's about to not exist in a couple seconds.
Okay.
There's 4 Vandal missiles coming at him.
Vandal missiles?
I have the Chaos 3s.
Oh, okay. Very nice,
Who the
very
fuck?
nice.
Mr. Simba, what are you doing, man?
Actually, I should have probably checked the fucking paladin that's on here for NDBs as well.
I looked at it, there wasn't any. Even on
Okay.
the sides. Should be one more staging area here. Yes, yes, Mr. 300i. Attack me.
300i.
Or whatever the fuck this is. It's an origin ship.
I'm too close, shame. Don't even see a marker. Be nice if my PC's actually shot back, but oh well.
Apparently, I've seen there was a bug with the Polaris with engineering. The coolers are automatically turned off for some reason.
That's
so everybody's Polaris was just fucking exploding in their hangar. They were trying to take off.
That's I hope that's not happening with the with the fucking Perseus. Oh, is there
Just
nothing over there?
Make sure your coolers are on. No, there's nothing over there. The other one didn't have anything either.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna fly over to the supervisor stations.
Okay.
Says
Oh, yeah,
usual.
those
Actually, never mind, cause yeah, no, but they shoot fucking shit at you, so I can't even get close.
That's fine. I'm in this.
Bogey.
By supervisor, which one first? 3-4 or 3-5?
Is 3-4 closer?
I think so, yeah.
We'll go 3-4.
15 gigameters, yeah.
Alright guys, I'm putting my shields down. Now's your chance.
Now's your chance to do exactly 0 damage.
Oh nice, it took me with you. Perfect.
Yay! Let's hope we don't jump into each other.
Shouldn't, hopefully.
Alright, well, Star Citizen. Big hopefully.
I have to go pick up my MDC at some point. Or my MDX, whatever the fuck it is. PDC thing.
MDC, yeah. MDX is just, wait, no, it should be MXC is what you mean.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, that's like the weapon kits. Yeah, I'm getting the crispy thing in Pyro as well right now. Good old crispiness. Yeah, I think it's genuinely when you cross server borders, because now it's gone again.
That's so weird.
I don't know what causing it. I mean, it must be like
they had to have messed something up.
Yeah, I mean, why did they even touch fucking server meshing though? It was working well.
Well, they don't really have to. It could have been something they added.
I mean, it is Nix they added because Nix requires servers, but
yeah, the next servers probably aren't meshing properly,
So
and
it
that
could
caused
be a
the other ones to
configuration
fucking.
of the servers.
That
I
too.
mean,
not
I
even
think
just code.
no, I think it's the fact that they didn't add 2 new servers for Nix, but they took 2 servers from Pyro.
Oh.
Repurposed them, yeah.
Yeah. Which I still don't understand, bro. You're making 150 million this year. Just get some new servers.
Buy new servers.
Especially that
Not
you
that
don't
expensive.
actually buy servers, it's all AWS.
Yeah, I mean, they're making their own servers.
It's literally You put in a request for more processing power and space and shit, and you have it.
Shields aren't. Oh, there's a couple ships here.
Yeah. See one so far.
There's a
Actually, two.
blade.
Ooh, what's that down there? Hey, you're about to get
Hello.
you're about to get raped by Day Crowder.
That's fun. He can do all the damage he wants.
What ship is that?
There's a salvation down there.
Oh, I think what are you? Oh, that's a Hercules. Okay. That's gonna be useless.
You're just killing
There's
people or NPCs?
Neither
We're
right
just
now.
we're just going around robbing people of their NDBs in Pyro.
What's an NDB?
Neutron repeater.
I don't know if you're serious right now or not.
No, I don't have that much time to play, so all the acronyms and shit like that, I have no idea.
It's one of the best, or well, probably the best laser repeaters in the game.
I
Not
see.
really laser, the neutron.
Well, I mean, yeah. They're classed as laser repeaters in Urkel, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Wouldn't it be easier to just buy them?
Well, I tried, but nobody's responding.
I see.
Which is very sad. Oh.
Quantum drive is now
Oh, those are station turrets. Fuck
What
off.
drove you to murder? People didn't respond.
Those are station turrets. Fuck off. They're only shooting like one fucking round at a time, though. Heh. What are you? We got the fucking arc. Yeah, there really is a self. Oh, there's an F8 there. Have you checked that one?
Yeah, it
already?
has default loadout, yeah.
Okay.
Missed your station turret, that's not nice.
I mean, we could run through Checkmate. Apparently, Checkmate has the best ship part loadout at the end. But it's not very promising in my opinion.
Well, it's just pretty cool down here. I've never seen this before.
Oh, the like mined asteroid.
shield down.
That and then the station inside of it.
Yeah. I think it's parts of a station floating. I don't think it's inside of it.
Damn.
Yeah, yeah, those look very, very nice. You have some of them in Nyx as well, like the hollowed out asteroids. Yeah, I'm gonna have to quickly run to Checkmate to refuel anyways. Checkmate. 26 gigameters.
Shields online.
Ogie.
you can actually see the checkmate station now. Not
It's
flying
not
in blind
foggy.
anymore. Yeah. Or at least parts of it. Shields are on. Okay, so where are the outside freight elevators on Checkmate? Let's see. It's not there. They are not there. Underneath?
We lost one.
That's not a freight elevator. Those all hangars. You don't happen to know where the outside elevators at Checkmate are, so yet?
Let me see if I can find them.
I know the pads are like sort of below.
I mean, I
the
looked
main-
below already.
Keep going that way. Keep going that way. I think I see them.
Yeah.
They're like at that tip. They should be like.
Yeah, these are just
hold on a
hangars, I think. Right? Yeah. That's just small hangars.
Oh no, they're over here.
Okay. I'll come over.
Where ZS1635QX is.
Nice. I think my power plant died.
Right up here, peace.
Right up over here.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe Checkmate doesn't have them.
I
That'd
mean,
be
they
weird,
said
'cause
all
every
of-
station has them.
Yeah, I mean, if the small ones have them, it would be very weird if Checkmate didn't. Huh. Because the problem I'm facing now is I cannot land this ship in a hangar. If I dock the ship and call it back, it's gonna be at the docking port again. So I can't unload my fucking NDBs. Let me Google it. Checkmate. External freight. Elevators.
Levator.
Iluvatar?
Iluvatar, yes.
No, Beast, these are right here.
What?
They're not hangars.
They look like fucking hangers to me.
No. A small ass hangar.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Hangars or ground vehicles, who knows? Huh? I'm so confused. It was just over here and it said you're blocking a like restricted area.
Yeah, I don't know. Go to the other side, try that.
Yeah, those are the loading docks for the commercial ships. Like external loading.
Yeah, these are the external freight elevators that we can use.
No, those have always been there. Like these are for Hull Seas and shit, so they can load. Those maybe? No. Cause like you have to request docking for these, I'm pretty sure.
No, I'm over here next to this one.
Are you okay? Oh,
That's
let's
literally
go.
just a cargo elevator in space. That's all it is. I've used it
Let's
like 6 times now.
see. Ah. Okay, I'm still obstructing a fucking area though, apparently. There we go. Just gotta remember where I'm putting this stuff. Checkmate. There we go.
Paging Dr. Cal. Please proceed to Area Gamma 6. Due to ongoing renovations, access to the West Wing is restricted. Dr. Dan, your launch has been assimilated by the
Okay, so I just went to the console to like put it away and all of the guns vanished. Fair enough.
They shouldn't have. I should have went in your
GG.
inventory.
Let's fucking hope so. Let's fucking hope so. Otherwise I'm gonna write a very angrily worded letter at Chris Roberts. Yep, they're not here.
I have a feeling that won't really concern him all that much.
You never know. Well, let me dock and see if they're maybe in my inventory. I don't know. see someone from UAX has maybe replied, although I kind of doubt it.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Who?
Your vehicle has been cleared for visiting.
Let me see if this dude has marked. He doesn't. Yay, one of the people replied. I'm getting my quantum drive.
Hey.
To fly to New Babbage for them. An available space has been located. We control the station now, so we're blocking both docking ports.
I'm gonna put mine away.
Legal.
Capture.
Fucks with that. Store.
No capital ship will be able to take off or land. Wait, let me actually refuel what I'm here.
You can't buy a sense of Hummer. This guy.
Damn, he just really roasted human. Okay. Refueling action has been done.
Takeoff complete.
What?
Kafiri.
What is
Little
Kafiri?
fucking green cubes.
Oh god.
Landing gear raised.
Okay. Note that. Having been in somewhat clean Levski for a while, I forgot how much of a shithole Pyro is. Fucking insane.
Shields offline.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Let's see, please be here. Here we go. Nope, yeah, my guns did not make it. Rip. Big rip.
Big L.
Oh well. Oh well.
Well, you want to go to checkmate?
Sure. Let me just set my bed here and get some ammo. Let's see if... I honestly just don't understand why people make fucking listings for items and then don't reply.
Have you played Path of Exile?
No, but I've played other MMOs. I know a lot of people do it, but I don't
Yeah,
understand why.
it used to be horrid in Path of Exile, and now there's an automated system, so people can't just make a listing and not reply. You can just buy it anyway. But yeah, people used to do that to manipulate prices.
Wait, they're selling all best in show paints right now.
Oh yeah, they're selling a lot of swag paints.
Let's see.
Of course, for none of the ships that I own.
Wait, what day is today?
Saturday?
No, like what? Oh, wait,
29th?
no, all of the manufacturers are done, right?
Yeah. That white and gold looks so good. Too bad it's for none of the ships I own. Alien complete paint pack? No. Should be all manufacturers today, shouldn't it? Yeah, because Nautilus is still up.
Quantum drive is now off.
Bye.
Okay. Shields online. Okay.
Damn it! They got me.
There he is.
Love me a blue screen.
Shield down.
Oh, you blue screened? What the fuck?
Yeah. I might have to upgrade my graphics driver. GeForce Experience.
Let me check that too.
Yeah, I haven't done it in like 6 months, so.
Oh yeah, you're definitely out of date. Mine's up to date.
Yeah. I'll quickly do that.
Best in show ships are Polaris, Asgard, and Zeus.
No, for fuck's sake, what's my fucking login on this shit? Bro, it's been there. I haven't upgraded them in so long that I have to log in again. Oh god. I think it was this one, right? Hope. No, for fuck's sake, just close my.
Target
Those
destroyed.
bastards are gonna pay.
Shield down.
Okay. No, fuck off. Just let me fucking download this. Yeah, my fucking driver is from fucking June. Yeah. Might, yeah.
Shields hit.
Download.
Oh yes, the Praetorian pack.
60k.
Shield down.
Wait, ChatGPT should be able to analyze fucking crash dumps now?
And there's like black smoke coming out of the vents. So the ship is being destroyed.
What?
I think there are some new effects on the ship.
There might be.
By the way, you said you have a Galaxy pledged, right?
Dr. Kessler, you're eager to expand the parking lot. Please retrieve it.
Do you also have modules for it?
I think you might be AFK.
Yeah.
And now I was
I-
muted. Damn it.
Oh no.
Yeah, I
he's
have the
ignored me.
no, I have the Galaxy and the cargo and the refinery module.
Yeah, I haven't gotten modules for it.
I mean, the one really worth it is the cargo module.
Yeah, the medical is a bit weak.
I mean, it's not even about weak. Why would you get a medical chip of that size when you can get an Apollo?
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, like... The module for the Galaxy is barely any better than an Apollo, which is a much smaller shape. It's just dumb.
Yeah, no.
Refinery would probably be cool. Depends how well it works. And we'll see if they do actual base building.
One can only hope.
Yeah.
I mean, no, like the base building module for the Galaxy, as far as I know, is confirmed.
Yeah. Well,
The
we'll
question
see
is
when they
when
implement
does...
it.
Yeah.
Although on the roadmap it seems like base building is almost done, so
Welcome
maybe.
to the ASOP
I mean,
vehicle retrieval
they're
system.
doing Rock Cracker with Nyx, so I would assume it's coming out next year.
But what I'm wondering about then, if you can build bases, then you should be able to claim land, right? But land claims, no
Yeah,
one has those.
Yeah.
And they're like super expensive on the second-hand market. Like $1,000. So I wonder what they're gonna do with that.
Well, no, land claims are supposed to come with it.
I see.
Yeah.
So whenever that hits, I need to have a wallet ready, I guess.
Your insurance claim has
I
been
mean,
sent.
I would assume the
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Oh.
Your insurance
Live
claim.
update.
Thank you.
Come on. There we go.
Your insurance. Thank
I would
you.
assume the fucking what's it called? Land claims. I mean, to be honest, they are actually done. Come to think of it, because they were done ages ago.
Oh yeah.
Like people could literally already buy land claims.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, and they're quite expensive now. Because you
Well,
can't
no,
buy
but
them
you're
anymore.
gonna. But yeah, but you're gonna buy them in game anyways, like with in-game currency.
They're not just gonna be a.
There's no
big
way
shop
that
then.
there's no way they're forcing every single player in this game to buy a land claim for like $100. There's no fucking way. No chance.
100? They go for 1K now.
Nah. There's no fucking way. Zero chance.
We'll see, I guess.
Nah, I just can't. I can't see CIG do that. That would be fucking suicide for them.
Well, can you
But
buy
people are
any
getting-
grease for in-game currency now?
Well, no, but you can earn it with Wicked on next patch.
Might be the same with land claims then.
No. Why the fuck would they hide them behind Wicked? It would make no sense.
Money.
I mean,
Because
it's-
they know
no.
that most people wanted that shit.
Well, no, but would still make no sense because people would just buy in-game currency to buy the shit for Wicked. Like there's no way they're monetizing land claims when they're already monetizing the base building vehicles. No, just no.
Ye of little faith.
Well, no, I know CIG, but it wouldn't make sense.
Please visit us again.
I bet people would still pay money.
Probably, yeah, but still
You
wouldn't
could
make
probably milk it and then release it into the game. Just so people stop screaming.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. visit
3 minutes.
Let me log back into the game.
Yes.
Let's hope that's made the issue go away. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to look at the fucking dump file. Or rather, let ChatGPT do that. You're still in checkmate, right?
Yeet.
Okay.
I haven't left. Where would I go?
I don't know. Fly around.
I'm here to kill. And you get ship parts.
Yeah.
I want to kill somebody with this boom tube.
Uh-huh. Make sure it's not me. Let me join you.
Unique quality
Oh.
meds. You definitely look like a tweaker, man. I'm not buying from you.
Our fucking server is almost empty.
Really?
Yeah. Only 200 people on it.
How many?
200. 200 out of 700.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Look what Boogly said.
Where?
In global.
Please visit us
Oh,
again.
what? Oakley's on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Like I can't scroll up. So.
Oh.
Yeah. What's he saying?
And there's,
I hope your pillow
he
is
said,
wet.
whoever parked the reclaimer in the flight path of Nick's Gateway, I hope your pillow is wet when you get into bed tonight.
No, 1 second. Let me. What was it? Where was it?
Somebody said if you think the Percy is crappy, your dopamine receptors are fried from too much weed and TikTok, and you have no
I mean,
concept of what's good anymore.
I mean, the Percy is this kind of shit. Like half the fucking player base is saying it.
They need to add the dance emo back. I need that.
Oh, I thought it's still in.
No, I took it away because you could glitch into shit with it.
Okay, you're still in my party, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go into checkmate.
Some music on.
Oh wait, I have to set my bed here. Before I get sent back to Orison.
I heard you did that.
K2RX.
Anvil Aerospace. All systems online. Shields offline. Takeoff
Paramed
complete.
medical device. Refill.
Landing gear raised.
I dumped off all my usual shit that I carry. I'm just carrying mags, nades, and meds.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do as well, probably. Just need to buy some more mags.
Yeah.
Quantum drive is now on.
Dump all of that stuff. Put that on there, put that on there. Fuck you. Get rid of you.
Rude.
No. Deserved. Nope, keep that on. Okay, gun goes on there. Guns. Pulverizer. Two of those. And 7 of those. Alright, I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Right.
I'm surprised you don't have the fucking epoch armor.
Nah, I don't like it.
No?
Nah.
I just like the cape.
I mean, the color scheme in itself is nice. The armor pieces just don't look that good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If it was like Testudo armor or something, you know, would be nice.
The only Dust Devil piece I actually have on is the chest piece. I have the other two sets.
It had like the Dust Devil helmet and shit, right? As well.
No, I have Azlatan on.
Ah. No, I meant like the armor set, like.
Oh yeah, that's full Dust Devil.
Yeah.
Load my boom tube.
Surprised you never got camped at this place, to be honest.
Shh.
Let me grab the cubes from down there.
Okay,
You can use your boom tube on those. Put that in your hand. There you go.
Grenade. Somebody might be in front of us. Oh no, because I didn't take this fuse. Actually, yeah, there's somebody here.
There's what here?
Somebody here.
Okay.
I think. Them things fucking hurt.
They do, yeah. Where I think there is, yeah. They're upstairs.
Shields online.
Thank
Bogey.
Green room in here.
No, they're below us through that side room.
Alright.
Shields.
Well, let's keep going, I guess.
Mhm.
You have a fuse, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Another one too.
I'm just gonna keep guarding. Reload.
Carry. So. Alright. Hold on, I'm just grabbing the fuse.
Shit, that was one of
Oh,
our
get in, get in.
ships.
Come all the way this way.
Yeah. No.
Target
Can't
destroyed.
lose anyone else.
No AI anywhere, so someone probably just ran this recently.
They increased respawn time, so I'm surprised.
Shields hit.
Body should have been here still.
Maybe the bodies respawns and they're like the AI is about to respawn. Sorry.
Maybe. Somebody just shot at me with a Karna.
Yeah, I heard that, yeah.
Up top, beast.
Players?
I don't know.
Nah, that's not players, I think. Oh no, it is.
No, it's AI.
Is it? That does not move like AI whatsoever.
That was AI.
What the fuck kind of AI is that? Jesus Christ. Fuck, oh, that scared me. Did I drop an armor piece? No, I didn't. Let me go grab the keycard. Oh, there's a dead AI here.
Shields hit.
Somebody just got it
No, for fuck's sake.
2 minutes ago.
Well, we've been in here for longer than 2 minutes, no?
Maybe.
Maybe that wasn't there up there. That body here. No loot on it.
Wait, come this way. To the right. There's another key card that we can get. I just remembered. There's a player.
Yeah.
Lock.
Oh, nade. Yeah.
Oh, he shot a barrel.
You good?
Yeah, healing.
He jumped out. I hit him quite a bit, but I need to heal. There's another one in there, I'm pretty sure.
Got him.
Nice, good job. Check if there's one more in here.
Fucking free flyers.
Crap.
Got the card.
Nice.
Let's go.
He tanked quite a bit of the fucking pulverizer.
Yeah, he tanked a lot of kill shot rounds too.
He did not give a fuck. Yeah. Well, that was awfully friendly to donate the card like that.
Hit.
Oh, I'm getting shot. From where did I get shot?
There's a fucking AI up there again. Leave him up there.
Oh, he does not miss a fucking shot.
Shields hit.
close the door as soon as you can. I have to redo my ammo real quick.
Good idea.
Okay, it's that one done. For this one. Okay. To go straight, I think, right?
Yep.
But we need another keycard though, isn't it? Like here?
We don't need another keycard.
Pretty sure we do.
Not yet.
Oh, no, not yet, no.
We
Someone
can get
just-
another one through here.
Someone just slammed into the station.
Oh. Nice.
That's what that big boom was. I just took damage from climbing over something, okay.
Yeah, I took damage climbing through the blue door to get to here.
Reminds me of DayZ,
Oh yeah, it does.
where the most dangerous enemy was the stairs.
Running down the stairs was the worst thing
Yeah.
to do.
Yep.
Especially in the fire stations.
Yeah, the tower of the fire station.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Died so many fucking times.
Yep.
Let me quickly drink something.
Keycard ready. Even doing it down steep hills too, that was a very bad idea.
Okay, let's
But
go.
I will never forget reloading an axe whenever you find it first.
Bogey.
I miss Daisy mod sometimes.
Yeah. It was chunky, but plenty of fun.
Yeah.
I've never played DayZ in my life.
It was super fun.
Oh yeah.
I just know that it originated from an armor mod.
Yep.
Well, that's what we're talking about. The
Yeah.
armor mod.
Oh.
I
thought
do
you
have
meant
a
about the game.
standalone, but I
No.
don't play that much of standalone DayZ.
But why do all of the NPCs always shoot at me instead of you? My god, I almost got shot into the fucking abyss.
Because you're German.
Clearly, yeah.
You deserve it.
Come here, boy. Oh, there's another one. Come here, boy. Another one. Come here, boy. Is that all of them?
I
Yeah.
believe so.
God. Fucking hell.
Custodian, big boss.
Big boss?
Big boss, yes. Inquisitor Ranger.
Okay, ready to get camped?
Oh yeah, yeah. Hold on.
Wow. That gave me tier 3, okay, cool. Single shot to the leg. Judging by the fact that all of the AI was still here, maybe we're lucky. Ow. Ow.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a lot of AI, fucking hell.
Yeah. Holy fuck, dude.
Die, my god. I think that's all of them.
I think so.
Oh, there's the first component here. Let me equip the old tractor beam. What are you? You're polar. Useless. Yay. What's up there? That's absolute zero. Shoot. Bolide. Bolide again. Viral cascade. Polar. Uncut slam. Okay, fair enough. And drugs.
Cut it and sell it.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Cut it and sell it. More
I
profit.
guess, yeah. So I don't really need don't really need money. But oh, there's no pieces in here, I guess. Yep, there isn't.
There's no weapons on the boxes.
Yeah, this is very sad, very sad.
Okay.
Yeah, someone must have been here relatively recently.
No, because I'm getting a card right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, none of these components are any good.
Is the pyro guy there?
Where, what?
The pyrotechnic armor. Go
no.
check, like, back by the elevator.
You mean by the storage elevator?
Shields offline.
Yeah.
No,
Storage
there's no,
stalls.
there's no one there.
Really? What the fuck?
No, not a single AI.
What?
No corpses either. So, yeah.
Quantum drive is now up. Quantum drive is now on.
Where we said.
Easy.
I'm gonna leave the contested zone if you're ready to.
Yeah.
Hop out.
Which one has the hanger?
This one, I believe.
No.
No, it is this one, 100%. Because I think this elevator leads to the hangar.
I thought it was arbitrary.
The fucking elevator ever fucking arrives. There we go. No entrance, okay. Yeah, might be open. Okay, I'm gonna be AFK for a second.
1, 0. We're back. He lied. Anyway, I'm probably going to land on Levski. And since I have nothing to do here, I will probably hop on to Euro Truck Simulator. Because I got all the map expansions except for the newest one on sale.
Never played any of those truck sims before.
They're fun when you're like listening to podcasts and shit. It's actually weird because it's obviously a very mundane job. But it's fun to do it when you don't have to do it, sort of.
Mhm.
By the way, is there any rep I should be farming in Star Citizen?
Or what?
Because I heard some people are farming rep in Nyx. Rep as in
Oh yeah, to
reputation.
get the Vandal missions.
From the Intersec.
Yep.
Where can I see that reputation?
Hit F1 and then go to rep.
So
Between
it is in
assets
the
and
rep.
wallet. Yeah.
Yep.
You just gotta scroll down.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm neutral. Slightly up. But I don't see that many Vandal missions. It's
There's really only one.
mercenary, yeah,
going
the
to the-
blade thingy. Oh, there is
Well, it's the tech
plenty
hunters
more
thing.
missions now.
You gotta get to junior applicant or contractor, whatever it is.
Yeah, for now I have to like do these. I could probably do the bigger missions, but I don't have a gunner. There is one as well.
There's a bunch of Star Lancers and 600 eyes and whatever the hell they are, freelancers.
No, I'm back.
Okay.
What's the way out here? There we go. I mean, I think the best one for ship parts, I believe, is Ruin, because it has like these fucking loot rooms at the start.
What'd you say?
Ruin has the best loot, I believe, like ship parts and shit.
Yeah, but that's that fucking timed thing.
Well, only the first part, no?
The main thing to get to all the loot, yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that's the time though. Yeah. What about that one? I mean, we can try Orb if you want. I just don't get why my fucking ship weapons just disappeared. It's annoying.
Oh.
Floor 9, room 5.
Some of them give me MG script. Is that any useful?
You can make it into Wickle of Davis.
No.
Or you could sell them to people for credits.
No. Second. Let's go. Guess we can just take your Polaris.
Yeah, I'm just moving over. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm just moving over shit into this container. Gotta stop at the freight elevator. This guy, I had a couple jobs lined up with the Frontier Fives.
For me, he said something completely different.
Well, he said he had jobs lined up for the Frontier Fighters, but he said he can't do them anymore because that'll make an enemy of the people.
He said something about UEE for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shields online.
Vehicles selected.
Shields offline.
Oh, I get an extra large hangar here. Very cool.
Yeah, to take off. Yeah, but not for landing for some reason.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it was just an empty abyss.
This hangar, this extra large hangar is actually in good condition, other than the other hangars.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah. Apart from graffiti in places where graffiti should never exist, but
Yeah, but this is like a decently intact hangar.
yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
Still not past how massive the fucking landing gears of the Polaris are.
Huge.
Landing complete. Engines offline.
Something just fell off of your Polaris.
Huh?
Oh yeah. Hey, look what came out finally.
Is it the F8 wing?
Yeah.
Hey.
It just dropped.
Engines online.
Just plummeted to the ground.
Ooh, that probably would have killed me going that speed. Lower around.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieve. Your vehicle has been placed visitors again.
Okay, Mr. Alice, stop your jetpacking. Thank you.
Right. Have fun, guys. See ya.
See you.
Works. you know. So could probably make a gear shifter. Button hints. Huh. Okay. E tutto. Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Okay. This could be a thing. Yeah. I might have to go for the sequential. God damn it. Uh, I see. Yeah, I have to go for sequential. Many Asajj. Why? Hmm. Almost. Okay. Uh, Okay, that seems fine. Right. It's dumb. Right. What can I do? Fuck is mode shift? Create mode shift. Hmm. Oh. Actually, good. Okay, the next. It's taken, that's taken, that's taken. This is the only one left. Okay, what do we have? Okay. Fuck. Okay. Emergency break. No. thing we can do is engine start. Long press. Okay. That's it. I get to the advisor on long press. Setting Eurotrack Simulator up so I can actually play it on my controller. Loads of settings, been doing that for hours now. Let's see if that works. Right. That works. Why can't I move? ice, no. Too much speed and hard braking, the traveler's traction. I don't think there is black ice in this game yet. They added a lot of stuff, but I don't know if there is black ice specifically. Okay. That works. I have to change those keybinds. Okay. Oh man. Dashboard display mode. It has to be F3. Okay. Okay, that's fixed. Don't have lane assist. I think that doesn't work properly. Well, high beams do. Just air horn doesn't. We'll do that. That will work. Nice. Nice. And now for the best part of the whole setup. Trackpads. That. will also be a touch menu. Utility. Actually, okay. Utility. Yeah, touch menu. Button 1. Okay. Nice, 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 nice. And we've got icons. That works, and that will be hazard lights, which are F. Oh. Okay. L is light, so I need an icon for lights. Fuck. I'm dying. There's a battery. I need light though. This could be, maybe. That could work as a radio. The No. What the fuck? Is there nothing that even slightly indicates lights? Seriously? Maybe one of these. No, these are trash. Come on. Flashlight maybe? Or a bomb? Is there no flashlight? Wrist's not a weapon. Inventory. There's a flashlight. But how the fuck do I indicate high beams then? This is so dumb. Oh, these are nice. Can use these two. Or this and this. Fucking magic. Some Scania magic. Okay, that's lights. And high beams will be low, as they are in cars. What else do I need? A light modes, okay. High beams. I do have hazards. Horn, light horn. Air horn. Air horn should already be here. Yeah, add extra command. N. Oh, press. So both of these will play. More sound. Beacon. Okay, I need a beacon icon. What was it? Oh. 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 Icon. Okay, something that represents a beacon. As in Wii U kind of light. Nothing here. Eh. Come on. Like a fucking diamond or something? Not quite. Crown, eh? Yeah, magic is my friend, I guess. Might find something here. This could do. This could do. Luck and deep orange. Okay. I need now differential lock, lift drop axle. V and comma. V and comma. V and comma. That's a differential lock. That's like a bar-ish icon that I'm looking for. Fucking wand. Actions, maybe. This could do, maybe. Lock as in a padlock. Don't have much of a choice. That's a contender then. Movement. No. 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 Ah. This is good. This or this. This I think looks better. It should be yellow. Okay, that's diff lock. Wait, is it diff lock? Yes. Now lift drop axle. Right. Yeah, this will work perfectly. Oh yeah. So good. Okay, what else is there? That's computer part. Transmission. Nope. Trailer attach, detach. We do need that. It's actually most of what we're going to do. Oddly enough. There we go. Now something that represents a trailer. Ah. Eh. This could do. Does Magic have anything better? No. No. Yeah, that will work. There we go. Such good. Such good. Lift drop trailer axle. Shit. Nice. Oh no, it shouldn't be T, it should be... What was it? Comma. Nice, that works. Trailer brake, I don't need that. That will be automatic. Engine brake happens automatically. Retarder increase, decrease. Huh. I should probably have that. What else is there? That's computer stuff, navigation, route advisor. Tack adjustment. Camera. Auxiliary camera, walk mode, photo mode, quick actions, map. Quick save load, garage. Audio player, overlay activation. Reset head, I will need that on some sort of button. Oh no, I already have that on a button. Okay, good. So it seems there's only one thing to add, which is retarder increase and decrease. Oh, should I? Do I actually give a fuck? I don't. Well, that menu is complete. These are nice and it should work in game. See that? Start the engine. Oh. Oh, huh. Horizontal position. There we go. doesn't work properly. Continues doesn't work. Click. Almost. You know. 80. Okay. Alright. I need a click out of it. Touchpad click would be nice. As an action, what the fuck? Come on, doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. That works. Additional commands. Click. Why can't it just be a click? What the fuck? When the trackpad or joystick is clicked. Well, that clearly doesn't fucking work. You can do it on touch release, but it's not the point. You need to be able to hold them as well. Actually, yeah, I can do that. Fuck. It's actually super easy. What the fuck happened here? Right on oath. Right, so what we do is do this. Just have it be a right stick click. That should work. But it doesn't. God damn it. hope they fix this shit as soon as they release the new Steam controller. Seems buggy as hell. Nothing fucking works. I'm going to fucking off myself. Patch release will work. Then I don't get to fuck with the trailers. Axle dropping thingy. God damn it. Yeah, but this will work. Nice. Nice, nice. Wipers back. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. So far so good. System works. I'm just unable to see it. the same spot again? Oh shit. Can I actually get fuel here? Can't. What else? Oh, there's a better thing. Okay. Depth of increase, decrease. Location, zoom amount. Yeah, how does one go sleep, for example?
En sterk historie, fordi det viser det at det ikke alltid at voksne har rett. Og at barn sin oppfatning av rett og galt faktisk veldig viktig at de står i og lærer seg å stole på eget kompass. Det tror jeg er bra. Så denne familiemusikalen som det jo men det masse for voksne, og det mye for barn, rett og slett et godt stykke musikkteater med strålende musikk og en god moral i bunn. Så det bare
Hvor gammel Matilda skal være?
I boka så hun jo 5 år.
Hun begynner på skolen da?
Ja, i England så hun en sånn preschool antagelig, men husk at Matilda jo utrolig begavet. Så hun begynte nok på skolen litt før hun skulle. Så hun har jo lest de store mesterne lenge før de andre har lært å stave navnet sitt. Så det noe helt spesielt med Matilda.
Så du tror ikke det skrevet litt, eller du tror det har vært Matilda, du?
Ja, helt klart. Det ser jeg jo i mine egne barn, at de geniale. Og det jo hele stykket åpner jo med det, at mamma synes jeg genial, mamma synes jeg et vidunderbarn. Og alle synes jo det om egne barn. Og så har det da et menneske, nemlig hun rektor Transpul, og ikke minst foreldrene til Matilda, som mener at sine egne barn ikke det.
Ikke han Roald Dahl flink å få det til litt fengslende og sånn?
Jo. Det
få med seg folk.
En utrolig fin verden. Så dette jo, hvis du syntes det var gøy å lese eller se Willy Wonka og Sjokoladefabrikken, eller hva det altså, en stor vennlig kjempe og alt dette, så Matilda for dere.
Kan spørre hun dama som står og sminker deg her, hva han og sminker han?
Altså, han så koselig, og han den beste Trunchbull, må jeg si.
Ikke mye rukk å ta igjen heller, vel?
Nei.
Jeg vet ikke hvor gammel du vel i 30 år?
Ja da, jeg det, 30 pluss.
Ja.
Så pluss.
Det ikke så nøye med, vi spør ikke et alder.
Nei, det vet at. Du må ikke spørre om en dames alder, vet du. Nei.
Og du trives jævla godt her inne oppe, for å si det sånn. Men språket da, går det greit?
Jeg holder meg til østlandsk, men jeg merker at døtrene, de slår om i det vi trer innenfor barnehageporten, så blir det Eida-mål.
Hvor gamle bånd har du?
5 og 2 år.
Og de synger allerede?
Ja. Det hele veien, det. Vi synger gjerne litt hjemme, sånn, finner på sanger og synger til hverandre når vi skal si noen ting, gi beskjed og sånn. Så det bedre å synge enn å prate hele tiden.
Du går inn litt trening, du.
Ja. Jeg tror det skjer noe med hjernen når du blir tvunget til å sette melodier på det du skal si. Da vekker kreativitet og spontanitet og ikke at vi tar oss selv så alvorlig hele tiden, men vi har det litt gøy.
Hva med balansen nå i sanglaget på Ståre? Merker det mangler de karer enda, eller?
Kan godt komme flere menn, ja. Det gjør ikke noe det. Vi har en veldig god herregjeng sånn som det men det alltid plass til flere. Så hvis det noen som synes at de mangler noe å gjøre på mandagskveldene, så det bare å ta turen ut til Stårheim. Vi øver hver mandag fra 7:30 til 9:30.
Hvor mange de nå, da?
Rundt 40, faktisk, ja. Det har vært en veldig tilvekst i høst.
Hva det har seg, tror du?
Jeg tror det veldig god hjemmebakst i pausene, og det veldig bra.
Han i hvert fall ikke smålåten.
Nei, han veldig morsom.
Kos dere her, da.
Takk for det.
Takk, og i like måte.
Ja, ha det godt. Ja, var Øystein Mårstøl?
Ja, det stemmer.
Fra Ørsta?
Ja, fra Ørsta.
Og du har hatt det travelt med å komme deg til Nordfjord i det siste?
Ja, vi har fått lært oss veie hit til Operahuset i Eid.
Og du med i en tunge, for å si det sånn?
Ja, da jeg har en 11-åring. Yngste døtra mi med på som lavender i forestillinga.
Har det vært øving både heim og alle plasser nå det siste?
Ja da, det har vært mye sang og dans i siste tida, og det har vært egentlig bare oppturer og veldig kjekt å få være med på dette her da. Så det har vært en opplevelse for jenter og oss som foreldre å få se på hvor de jobber med en slik musikal.
Har hun alltid vært litt interessert i synging?
Nei, egentlig så kommer det litt sånn brått på oss her. Nå kommer hun her, men så det ikke noe hun har fått med oss. Det et egeninitiativ hun har tatt, og hun ville kjøres på audition her i sommer, og hun kom ut derifra med en rolle, så jeg veldig stolt av det hun har fått til.
Var du flink da?
Hæ?
Var det kjekt?
Ja, veldig kjekt.
Du heter?
Frida.
Ja, og dette her har du øvd masse hjemme nå da?
Ja, veldig masse.
Han pappa hjelper deg?
Nei.
Men han kjører deg hver gang?
Nei.
Jeg kjører nå det av og til.
Av og til.
Ja.
Er det flere der over på Bispebøya?
Ja, da, der er det 4 eller 5 stykker
Fra hvor er?
fra Ørsta, Volda.
Vi er 5 stykker fra Ørsta og Volda til sammen. Og det andre er ensemble, da. Så
Dette lærer du masse at du kan bruke senere i livet, det må du vite.
ja, veldig masse.
Tenk på å stoppe en scene, det...
Ja, det har jeg aldri tålt.
Ikke du?
Nei, dette har jeg ikke tålt.
Det er ikke farlig?
Nei, det er ikke farlig, men det er en uvant situasjon for meg å synge og danse til folk. Så.
Du har ikke gått utover skoleleksen og sånn da?
Jo. Har det? Ja. I dag måtte jeg droppe skolen. Fordi at jeg...
Det tar du igjen.
Ja.
Hva du skal til med nå, Inger? Når skal de begynne å øve?
Vi er ferdig. Det er den siste øvinga vår.
Ja. Siste øvinga, ja.
Ja. Og så i morgen er det generalprøve, og på torsdag generalprøve, og så er det show.
Og du kan det?
Ja.
Helt utenat?
Helt utenat.
Ja.
Nei, du får svar når du spør. Hun er på, hun gleder seg, tror jeg, så det er kjekt.
Jeg ser du står og gleder deg i hele kroppen.
Ja, jeg gleder meg veldig.
Danser de òg? Det ser sånn ut.
Ja, vi danser masse. Det er jo en musikal, og da må vi danse til sangene.
Ja. Og hun lærerinna som er så streng, hun er litt dumme.
Nei, det er jo ingen. Vi har mange lærere som liksom skal hjelpe oss med å lære oss det. Og så er det jo en mann som lærer oss det. Han heter Simen.
Ja, men hun lærere i stykket, hun strenge, det er voldsomt strenge dame, ikke det?
Ja. Miss Honey, eller Trunchbull. Trunchbull, det er rektoren, han er veldig, veldig, veldig streng. Men Miss Honey er jo egentlig veldig snill og vil hjelpe oss. Men hun får ikke lov til det.
Er du glad det ikke er sånne lærere nå?
Veldig, 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 veldig.
Det høres bra ut, det var sånn når vi gikk dit da.
Ja, det er det jeg prøver å fortelle nå. Dette var helt alminnelig, det når vi var små.
Vi skal ikke legge på mye kjelle, tror jeg.
Nei da, vi må holde litt igjen. Ja.
Takk for praten, begge to.
Takk.
Og så må du lykke til da.
Tusen
Nå skal jeg snakke med deg dame, så har jeg litt travelt. Kari Standal Pavlic, hvor går dette her?
Jo, det går veldig
Nå
fint.
går vi kan prate når vi går, for jeg regner med du har det travelt.
Nei, men akkurat nå skal jo de ha et lite møte inne der og få kommentarer. Så nå har jeg bare vært og funnet noe stæsj til guttene, så de skal ha i håret. De må jo ha sveis, for det er jo orden på denne her klassen da. De kan ikke komme med bustete hår. Så nei, det er en utrolig flott gjeng med barn og ungdommer og voksne også. Og hele teamet fra det kunstneriske teamet og backstage og alle frivillige som har bidratt, og orkesteret og profesjonelle roller, amatørroller og først og fremst alle ungene. De har jobbet som noen helter de siste ukene, og nå er vi snart klare for publikum.
De er på samlet hele Nordfjord, det er Opera Nordfjord her med unger og styr.
Altså, det er jo så imponerende. Bare de guttene da, for å ta dem. Vi har en fra Brydja, en fra Stad, og så har vi Kjølsdalen eller Stårheim, jeg husker ikke helt, og så er det fra Volda og fra Håndal og fra Førde. Så bare de er jo fra forskjellige både bygder og kommuner, og jentene også er spredt fra Stranda, Ørsta, Volda, Håndalen, Førde, Gloppen, Eid. Så det er en flott blanding av barn og unge fra alle kommunene i distriktet.
Er du med å spille?
Ikke denne gangen, det var altså ikke felestemme, dessverre. Så, men jeg får jo da gleden av å sitte i salen og høre på i stedet. Og det har jeg gjort mye nå på prøvene, og jeg er utrolig stolt, det må jeg si. Det er en veldig komplisert musikal. Vi har gjort musikaler før, men dette er kanskje den mest kompliserte vi har gjort noen gang, fordi at sånn rent musikalsk så er det utrolig mye som foregår på scenen med forskjellige stemmer som skal synge samtidig. Så vi har brukt veldig mye tid på å terpe, og vi har øvd hjemme og holdt på helt siden april. Men nå tror jeg at vi begynner å kunne det. De begynner å kunne det. Og siste dagene har det vært gjort masse arbeid med kostyme og rekvisitter. Så det er mange som har hatt korte netter og veldig lange dager for å få alt klart. Men nå gleder vi oss til 2 dager. I morgen, onsdag og på torsdag, så blir det publikum i salen. Masse slekt og venner og skoleelever. Så de får testes ut, for vi har jo 2 Matilda og 2 Lavendel, så da får begge 2 begge laga får øvd seg med publikum
Men
i salen.
hvorfor gjorde du på den måten? Var det så flinke at det var vanskelig å
Ja,
se
vi
det?
klarte ikke å bestemme oss. Det var så flinke, så da måtte vi ha 2. Så tenkte vi at når det først ble sånn, så var ikke det dumt hvis noen plutselig skulle bli forkjølt eller miste stemma, så hadde vi en ekstra på lur. Og så er det jo sånn at de får jo vært med på alle 6 forestillingene, for når de ikke er Matilda, så spiller de med i barneensemblet da.
Det er noe som sier meg det forbausende hva fort de lærer sangene.
De er utrolig kjappe å lære. Både noter og tekst. De leser jo ikke noter, og det er jo veldig kompliserte rytmer som forandrer seg hele tiden, og de er helt supre. Og vi har hatt noe sånn øvingsfiler så de kunne øve på egen hånd, og det har de vært veldig flinke.
Er det spesialutplukket, eller er det bare gjennomsnittlig?
Nei, altså, det er ikke akkurat gjennomsnittet, vil jeg si. Det er jo plukket ut etter audition. Så det er klart, da kommer jo i utgangspunktet de som er spesielt interessert, og som liker å synge, og som liker å danse, og som liker å spille skuespill. Men vi hadde jo rundt 75 stykker som prøvde seg, og det var mange flinke som ikke ble med også. Så vi plukket ut de som var de sterkeste kandidatene. Sånn er det når vi har en sånn halvprofesjonell oppsetting, at da blir det de beste som blir med, men det var veldig mange flinke som også kunne ha vært med, men vi hadde bare ikke plass til flere.
Ser det at her kan det være kjempetalent, hvis jeg ser frem i tid?
Ja. Der er mange talent, og mye kan utvikles over tid, også noen kanskje som er litt forsiktig nå, kanskje blomstrer om 3 år. Så det som er viktig er jo at de får en god opplevelse av å være en del av et større fellesskap, få ta del i en profesjonell produksjon der de ser hvordan et kunstnerisk team jobber med regissør og koreograf og musikalsk leder, og hvordan resten av det kunstneriske teamet, altså design på scenen og kostyme, hvordan alt henger sammen, og vi må vente for vi må alle ferdig dette, og at orkester kommer mot slutten når alt er på plass. Og det å lære seg hvordan en produksjon blir laget, og at en må vente på hverandre, at en må være stille når regissøren snakker, så håper jeg og tror at det er veldig mye god oppdragelse i en sånn periode med en musikal.
Det var jo på England i slutten av 80-tallet, det skjedde vel?
Ja, det har jo vært en knallsuksess fra dag 1, og den går jo over hele verden i full hus, og vi er jo veldig stolt for at vi har fått lisens på de musikalene. Så før her i landet så har den vært oppe på Folketeatret, det var vel i 23, tror jeg, 23-24, og så var det i Stavanger nå, siste året, og så er det Vida som er neste. Så kommer det til Bodø, tror jeg, senere. Så man kan vente siden 2019. Det hadde sånn, vi gikk gjennom alle tidligere enhetsdager. Første ble sendt 30. mai 2019, med spørsmål om vi kunne få gjøre Matilda. Og så var det liksom kanskje, og så var det avslag, og så var det kanskje, og så var det avslag. Men det gjelder jo ikke å gi seg. Da Honningsvåg, de er jo Mr. og Mrs. Wormwood, og det er jo noen karakterer ut av denne verden. Så der er mye å glede seg til, og mye å både se og høre på som ja, som
For å få vite mer om dette, så møt opp på det billett. Takk for praten.
Takk for praten.
Vel møtt til fredagskveld. Kveldens motto og veldig viktig. Ja, hodet opp og smile fram, står det, sier det i sangen her på Nordfjord nærradio, og nå har jeg fått med meg en Kjelje, så det, hun har hatt det som motto hele livet, så det var egentlig ikke noe problem med den øken for deg.
Nei, men nå har jeg gått mer over til med huet under armen og armen i bilen.
Hva er noe som har gått galt da?
Nei, hva som ikke har gått galt? Nei, de banner på seg.
Det har vært fine mai og alt.
Ja, men det har vært en travel mai.
Travel mai, du vil like noe å gjøre på.
Til en viss grad, men du må huske på det at jeg begynner å bli en eldre dame nå. Da må jeg ha litt avslapping. Jeg skal avspasere og ta sånn inneklemte dager og styr. Men jeg har ikke tid til det.
Du har ikke tid på denne klemmen, ja, det vet du.
Nei. Og så er jeg ikke så glad i klemming heller.
Du,
ja.
Hvor mange firbeint har du fått?
Så jeg var nyfødde nå i år.
Ja.
Da var det 19 stykker.
Oi, oi, oi.
Ja, mye baklengs.
Nesten 80 bein, gitt.
Det var veldig
76.
Veldig mye bein. Armer og bein i alle retninger.
Ja.
Men stort sett så kom det veldig mye bakbein.
Men nå har det vært fint. Du har slept ut sauene, de koser seg.
Ja, men de står og venter på å slippe inn gjennom kvelden.
Nå det var så kaldt nå.
Ja, det var en dag jeg lurte på hva i alle dager alle lammer var henne. Så gikk jeg ut i fjøsene, og da var de kommet seg inn og lå inn på fôrbrettet og koste seg.
Ja.
Det var så surt og kaldt at det var ikke aktuelt å være ute.
De gjør så de vil, liksom.
Ja, de går litt på selvstyr. Men jeg prøver å ha litt kustus.
Selvstyr, ja. Det er vi ikke her i Nordfjord nærradio. Nå setter det ut Svein Nes så vanlig.
Ja.
Det har vært en tradisjon at han har vært her nå.
Etter hvert, ja.
I kveld så håper vi det går etter veien, Svein, ikke sant? Jeg tror han, ja.
Ja.
Så det er... Vi er spent på innringerne. Det har vært litt tregt til sine tider.
Det har i grunnen det. Og det får oss til å lure på. Er det øst det noe galt med?
Ja, men det må ikke vi lure på.
Ja, det har jeg lurt på mange ganger. Er det deg det er noe galt med?
Har du lurt på det noe galt med meg?
Ja, nei, nå var det meg.
Du har ikke hørt sånn, ja.
Nei, men altså, det er liksom sånn, det kan jo hende det. Folk synes det er litt vanskelig å ringe inn og synes det er skummelt. Ja, hvis folk har noen ideer på hva vi eventuelt kan finne på til høsten. Nå er det snart sommerferie, da.
Snart sommerferie. I kveld ja, har vi fått en sponsor.
Det har vi.
I kveld så er det Felleskjøpet.
Ja.
Og det er for det første er det sånn væske Felleskjøp. Skikkelig sterkere. Jeg tror nesten kvaliteten er like bra som nærradio.
Ypperste kvalitet.
Ja. Pluss oppi den er det 100 vaskemaskin, sånn klesvask. Det står i hvert fall 100 på.
Er det noe som kommer og vasker 100 maskiner med klær?
Det er blenda, sensitiv. Sånn 3-4-5 kilo det ligger også.
Det er, skal vi se nå.
100 vaskemper. Farge tøyvask heter det, blenda.
Blenda sensitiv. Og det er sånn som ikke er parfymerte, sånn som alle kan bruke.
Hvis noen er veldig sensitiv.
4,3 kilo står her på.
Ja.
Veldig godt pulver. Ikke så
uten parafyme!
Uten parafyme.
Her er det kjæringa hjemme som sitter der. Pluss, det har du traktorgull, har du smakt på.
Traktorgull, ja. Det har jeg smakt på, og det er et veldig godt potetgull. Det er håndlaga, motsetning til disse som fotlager det.
Det ser ut som skjærer opp med kniv til flatjåra.
Ja.
Du
kan ikke det? Det er sånn her, så det var gammel mann som gikk på gammel kjeilig. Ja, det er helt gammel.
annet ord for bob, toer-bob, firer-bob for eksempel. Pluss et annet ord for Odde. Det er en plass i nærheten, ikke 5-6 mil herifra, vil jeg påstå.
Nei, det ligger vel i Bremox.
Bremox, ja, det ligger Bremox. Der får vi 60%. Hva skal vi hen i første repetet? Bob, annet ord for bob, pluss annet ord for Odde. Kjør musikk! Hallo?
Hadde jeg mistet telefonen igjen?
Vi hadde... Er ikke reien inne?
Nå
Der ringer opp at det må du ta ut linja da i hvert fall, først Svein. Ja, det skal begynne med litt problemer, og da er vi i kjent stil her.
Ja. Det bruker å være litt og det er statsproblem.
Ja.
Ja. Nå er vi bra spente. Har vi noen nå?
Har vi med noen? Nei.
Nei.
Ja, men da bare prat.
Ja, jeg skal prate. Det er sånn...
Fortell om premien.
Fortell om premien. Ja, nei, men vi får bare... Nå er det 2 karer som ser oss som sveiter rundt som og leiter og lurer på. Nå får vi ringe opp igjen den som ringte her i stad. så tenker jeg at det ordner seg. Vi prøver en gang til. Vi må ha svart inn i den der bobbelpluss. Skal vi se. Bodde. Så nå tenker jeg, prøver vi igjen. Det er av og til litt vanskelig med den teknikken. Så vi skal bare alle være glad for at det ikke er jeg som sitter i teknikken, for da hadde vi slitt alle sammen. God kvelden. Nå var det deg, Vanja. Nå var det, ja.
filmen Cocktail.
Ja, den var
Det var Tom Cruise, ja.
så den var enkel.
Den var enkel.
Ja, men jeg visste ikke hva den hadde med meg.
Fortsett på den linja, du.
Ja, nei, nå er det min tur, ser du. Så da blir det vanskelig.
Ja, forstå.
Navnet på den italienske desserten betyr kokt fløte. Hva heter den?
Kokt fløte?
Ja.
Det burde jeg sikkert vite, men ja. Italiensk, var det så?
Italiensk, ja. Den heter... Det er veldig sånn, den er veldig sånn bleik, men fattet dessert.
Jeg skulle si jeg hadde på tunga, men det hadde jeg faktisk ikke.
Ja, da hadde du vært heldig hvis du hadde det på tunga. Vi gjør det ofte med sånn rød saus, eller bærsaus til. Kan av og til ha salt karamell.
Nå føler jeg meg ganske... Dette burde jeg kanskje vite.
Det hjelper å spørre meg heller, for jeg er like...
Ja, det er så enkelt at det er vanskelig.
Ja, det er ikke crème brûlée.
Nei, det er ikke crème brûlée. Det var den jeg tenkte på, skjønner du.
Ja. Nei, det er den hint. Det begynner på P.
Panna cotta, sier jeg.
Panna
Hjelper meg. Jeg må ha litt hjelp innimellom.
Ja, men litt hjelp er alltid godt å ha.
Ja. Han var inni det.
Det er det beste.
Ja, det var riktig. Han var inni deg sikkert senere.
Ja, men det er bare å ringe inn. For i dag har vi fine premier med vaskemiddel, og et stort fint håndkledd og potetgull. Veldig godt potetgull.
Potetgull også?
Ja.
Ikke dørskilt, altså?
Ja, dørskilt har vi også.
Dørskilt, det er Oddvar Selja.
Nei, jeg har ikke det.
Har ikke det?
Har vi vært toget, og så
Unnskyld, du har grevet til deg.
Ikke sant. Det nytter ikke å være genert det her, altså. Nei, men det er det nå. Da skal vi passe på. Du kan være med i trekninga på dørskilt, ja.
Du er jo nå sensoren, Krommen.
Ja.
Nei, men super.
Ja, så det går nok.
Nei, altså, jeg synes han er så beskjeden. Det var ikke så. Nei, men det er noe, så jeg skal vi passe på. Jeg har ikke vært på. Ja, men det er det nå. Da må jeg si at det var ikke så. Ja, men det er det nå. Det er litt, litt hjelp er alltid godt å ha. Ja. Det er ikke sant. Det er litt hjelp er alltid godt å ha.
Jeg tror de spilte trekkspill i sangerens i ånd.
Tror du det?
Ja.
Ja, han var iallfall
Hvem det var som sang? Halloen,
Øystein Sunde, ja.
sa hun.
Mai Irene Giel.
Mai Irene Giel, ja. Prat tydelig inn i røret, du.
Ja,
Ja.
jeg gjør det.
Det var Øystein Sunde. Hva du syns om teksten? Der er ikke mye oppgjentakning.
Nei, han er så kjapp i synginga, så du hører jo nesten ikke hva han synger.
Jo da. Det går fint.
Men det som er mest fantastiske er at hun ved siden av hun kan teksten utenat.
Ja. Det er godt gjort.
Det er godt gjort, men det er faktisk sant.
Ja, men det er en ting som irriterer meg, og det er inni den der på kjekt å ha. Jeg får ikke til denne flakka, flakka, koff, flakka, koff, flakka, flakka. Den får ikke til.
Hva han sier for noe der, da?
Det er det flakka, flakka, koff, flakka, koff, flakka, flakka. Og så detter jeg ut av.
Ja.
Ja. Men resten kan jeg.
Denne må du trene mer på.
Ja, men jeg kan resten.
Ja.
Så det er ikke noe problem.
Ja, hva det går på Bryggen, da?
Ja, sola skinner, hadde sagt ungene griner, men det gjør ikke det.
Mannen, da?
Det kan andre gjøre, men ikke mine.
Ikke mine, nei. Ja, det vet jeg ikke. Jeg har en her, og henne eventuelt en i Bergen og en i Malaina, eller Poljen.
Ja, så da hører ikke du det eventuelt?
Neida. Han griner mer av vinner.
Og Maja-Irene, hun bruker vaskepulver så det bare ryker og liker chips.
Jeg bruker Blenda Sensitive. Jeg har brukt det i mange år.
Veldig godt.
Midt i perfekten.
Ja, sånn 4,3 kilo, det har du en stund ta.
Ja, det er absolutt fryd. Jeg har resten av livet, jeg da, nesten.
Det er ikke sånn som jeg vasker klær bare hver 14. dag, når det er en enslig sjel som samler det opp.
Ja.
Ja, klart det.
Ja.
Det er sant, men av og til så må en gå ta et
Vi har
kikk.
vel så mye klær at vi kan godt samle opp litt.
Ja, det er sant.
Og så vasker jeg sammen med naboen, da.
Vasker du naboen?
Nei.
Er det broderen?
Nei, dette ordner du selv, du.
Ja, jeg synes det ser litt åsyn når du kommer og skal vaske broden din.
Jeg har et spørsmål til deg fra barndommen, kanskje?
Min barndom.
80-tallet? Fra 80-tallet?
Ja, det var ikke min barndom.
Nei, men hvis du var unge på 80-tallet. Unge. Og så var det noen da som husker du hva de fargerike hestene med langt hår hette? Det er barneserie.
My Little Pony.
Ja, og har ikke sett det, sier hun. Hun ser du ser spørsmål til hun som har fullt av lambo på marken.
Ja, men de har ikke langt hår.
Var ikke du My Little Pony?
Nei, jeg har aldri...
Vi har vært opptatt av dette der, da.
Har ikke sett på My Little Pony, jeg vet. Jeg så Poppel og Pilt og Rumlingene og...
Ja, men det gjorde jeg med det.
Ja.
Vi var små på 80-tallet.
Ja, det er derfor du har sett det. For dette 80-tallet, da var jo jeg ungdom.
Du var liten på 60-tallet, var ikke du veldig liten da?
Kan jeg?
Ja.
Ja, for de 62, så jeg var vel sånn passe.
Du er på Lundin en halv meter, mesterdelen av 60-tallet.
Ja. Stort sett hele 60-tallet var jeg nok det.
Da, Rønnaug.
Ja.
Kan du spørre henne Maja-Irene om du da?
Du snakket om Bergen i stad. Da vil jeg gjerne... Nei. Fersken. Hva ble det spørsmålet da?
Ja, det får ikke et spørsmål ut i glasset her nå.
Ja.
For til Bergen.
Det for til Bergen.
Du må ikke slippe det av sydene, så da er det gjort. Det er bare litt lamp på ditt da.
Ja, nei, altså nå jeg lurer på om jeg skal sette på meg brillene igjen.
Finn et annet, du.
Ja. Det er litt jeg gjør da. Da går vi til ei gate. Hva heter gata i Liverpool som Beatles synger om?
Kjær Penny Lane.
Penny Lane is in my ears and in my eyes.
My heart.
Ja.
Ja, stemmer det.
Skal det
Det var ikke Bergen.
Jeg så at koret dere skal det inn til Skei på på sangstemne? Er du med i koret på bryggen?
Jeg er ikke med akkurat nå, skjønner du. Jeg skal begynne på igjen til høsten, er meninga.
Ja.
Men det skal på et eller annet, ja.
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 Men det er greit, Mai, da er du med på premiedrysset vår senere i kveld.
Ja.
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 Og det var ifra
Felleskjøpet.
Felleskjøpet, det er liksom disse hovedpremier i kveld. Så har vi så dørskilt vi trekker ut noen vinnere som går videre. Og så,
Ja, dørskilt, ja.
Ja. Du har ikke det?
Jeg har ikke skilt.
Nei. Nei, men da kan det hende du kan få et napp i det.
Ja.
Det er ikke godt å si.
Kanskje det er Fata.
Fata Morgana?
Ja, hvem?
Ja.
Fata Morgana, ja. Nei, men da får dere ha en koselig kveld der inne.
Ja, ha det godt, du.
Takk i like så. Ha det godt.
Ha det.
Og da slipper vi til han der øyen igjen med rebusen.
Nei, vet du hva, nå vil jeg slippe til først.
Men jeg er klar med rebus, jeg har fått fram papiret.
Jeg ser du har fått fram papiret, men jeg vil bare berette om at i morgen...
Du skal få si noe, det skal skje i morgen, du.
Ja, da vil jeg anbefale alle som har bønn om å komme til Nordfjordeid. For da er det barnas og familiedag, og da skjer det saker og ting rundt omkring på Eid. Da er det, for det første så er det lansering av en ny barnebok, som er skrevet av noen svært lokale, Marion Tufteland og han Vegard Starheim, nei, hva heter det? Vegard?
Barnebok du snakker om?
Ja. Hva er den heter? Ikke Starheim, men...
Ja, det er det i Sagastad?
Det blir det jo i Sagastad. Hva er det nå? Nå er det
ja, men det er ikke så nøye med klokkeslettet var. Da
blir det i klokka 11 på Sagastad. Og det blir, så har vi et tog som går rundt omkring i Eid kommune, i stad, altså i Eid sentrum. Der blir forskjellige leker og aktiviteter rundt på Sagastad. Der blir også gratis film i Operahuset i løpet av dagen. Og så kommer hagelaget og forskjellige andre som skal hjelpe til å vise om planter, og så folk kan få plante seg sine egne planter.
Ja.
Så det skjer veldig masse speid for unger nå i...
Ja, og så er det åpen fjøs og sånn oppe på Stårheim og på Hauane.
Det er det også.
Ja.
Så det er mye som skjer rundt omkring, så ta dere en tur og få med dere i hvert fall litt av det som får.
Jeg vet du skal ha et oppdrag, du skal lese eventyr, du.
Nei.
Kanskje. Var ikke det du? Var bare noe som likna? Renner har fått seg et eventyr.
Neida, det har jeg ikke. Ikke her på nå.
Det må ikke være på nå.
Men det blir i hvert fall høytlesing fra boka.
Blir det det, ja?
Ja.
Det blir ikke bare kviskring.
Nei, det blir høytlesing.
Høytlesing.
Opp i Vikingskipet.
Er du ferdig med kunngjøringene da?
Nei, så vil jeg da kunngjøre at... nei, jeg tror jeg gir meg der.
Var det prediken?
Ja. Les første Mosebok. Og si 4
Hva skal vi høre da?
av Maria. Da skal vi høre, altså... vi trenger ikke hage, for i morgen skal de komme og hjelpe oss å plante.
Ja.
Men Ine Hoem. Hun synger. Vi trenger ikke hage,
ja, sånn, ja. Kan jeg få ramle rebusen min da?
Ja, du nå kan...
Da ramler helt ut rebusen på meg. Vi skal frem til en fugl som står på en fot. Pluss et annet ord for odden. Altså, tenk denne plassen her, vi skal ha denne plassen her nå. En fugl som stort sett står på en fot når vi ser den, pluss et annet ord for odden. Og det er en plass i Kinn kommune, 57860-660.
På rekke og rad, det er her vi kommer fra. Asfalten skinner, skal vi se hvem som vinner. Vi løper som hester, av sted med vinden. Vi trenger ikke hage, vi. Ikke gå ned til elva, sa mamma. de spør det en ting vi skal si. Vi trenger ikke hage, vi. Trapper opp, 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 og trapper ned hver eneste dag. I 5. etasje drømmer vi om hage og bil med garasje. Men vi har drømmene på snor, i blokka her vi bor. Vi trenger ikke hage, vi. Vi trenger ikke hage, vi. For vi har mange parker vi kan løpe i. Vi trenger ikke hage, vi. I byen føler vi oss fri. Når de spør det en ting vi skal si. Vi trenger ikke hage, lyset over natteby, og en rosa sky som flyr forbi. Vi trenger ikke hage, vi. I byen føler vi oss fri. Når de spør det en ting vi skal si. Vi trenger ikke hage, vi.
Ja, da vi igjen her. Trivselsstjerneren Torheim og Jon Roar igjen med sin kveldssending med flotte premier fra Felleskjøpet.
Og så vil jeg bare rette opp igjen, han heter Vegard Heimsæter.
Han skulle ha skrevet boka,
ene
ja.
forfatteren av boka. Og så er det illustrert av Simon Pavlic.
Ok.
Ja.
Det er helt lokalt.
Helt lokalt.
Hvem har vi med oss?
Vel.
Ja, da må du snakke inn i telefonen, gode mann.
Ja, det er Elmer Listhaug.
Ja, Elmer Listhaug, ja. Og,
Ja.
ja.
Hvem det var vi, hva var vi spor om?
Hva vi skulle?
Ja, det lurer jeg ikke sånn sett, men jeg fant ut at det måtte være Hegrenes.
Ja, Hegreneset.
Ja. Det lurer jeg på. Ja.
Du vet at den fuglen som står på et bein ned i fjæren er som regel hegre.
Ja, men Hørenes har ikke hørt om.
Nei.
Jeg prøvde på en måse som jeg har sett det, som satt ned på Osbruna. Han hadde bare én fot, og så hadde en som var fram og gjennom på et ledd, og så hadde ikke han linjeflaksen foran.
Åja, da gadd ikke han å bruke han.
Nei, men han hadde den jo ikke.
Å nei.
Den var borte. Men det var ingen som hadde hørt om han.
Edvard Listhaug, bruker du mye vaskepulver da?
Du, jeg har egentlig fått så mye sånne gravtekster og sånn, så jeg tenkte at det er fosfor og vaskemiddel, det må jo være godt til å bruke på ugras og styr.
Ja, men den ikke...
Kan hende gå med noen kilo.
Det er ikke beregnet til det da?
Hvis det da begynner å regne, og så skummer det, så blir det sånn skumbelagt.
Så du vasker ikke klær ute i vannet altså da?
Ja, da. Men ikke sånne store pakning som dette da.
Nei, men vet du, bruker ikke alt på en gang. Da føler jeg meg sånn målenhet, så du... Hvordan skal jeg gjøre det?
Ja, hvis du putter hele den pakken i en gang, da...
Da tror jeg det blir skumlag hele Sandane.
Ja, det vil jeg tro. Da blir det peiling på seiling.
Det er skumbergsvalsen.
Definitivt.
Ja, men du vet du drar på butikken, og så kjøper du nye bukser, og det er steinvasker.
Er det?
Ja.
Da er det bare strømidler utover.
Utover steinene?
Utover steinene, og så venter på regnet, og så går det og skubber på disse buksene, så blir det stein. Det må være helt opp til det som de Har sagt deg steinvasker.
Nei, det er inne i gløppa, altså. Det er
Det er litt originale i vaskesystemet.
Og Lene Nystrøm, du. Lene. Ja. Hva hun var med i kjente gruppe? Hva den heter?
Aqua.
Aqua, hva det betyr da?
Aqua? Det betyr noe vatten, tror jeg.
Ja. Stemmer det?
Her inne i gruppa i hvert fall. Ja.
Ja, hun var vel en svenske, tror jeg. Var ikke hun det?
Lene Nystrøm, og så hun...
Det var...
Hun som var lammet. Det var to.
Nei, hun Lene Nystrøm var lammet 3 karer fra Danmark.
Fra Aqua. Og hun lammet 3 på en gang?
Nei, hun var lammet en gang, og så gifte hun seg med en annen en.
Åja, og så sang de i lag og spilte da?
Ja, da de styrte på. Så det ble bra, vet du.
Elmar, det var nok for deg å synge.
Og jeg skulle ha tatt over... Jeg har vel sunget etter meg en gang i tida, men det var noe lenge siden da. Det var noe rett.
Du har ikke vært med i noe kor eller noe?
Hæ?
Du har ikke vært med i kor eller sånn?
Jeg?
Nei? Ja?
Nei. Det er bare så vidt jeg tør å synge i dusjen, for å si sånn.
Vet du, mai og begynnelsen av juni er noe høgtid for de som liker å synge i kor, for da er det sangerstemner rundt omkring. Da er det sangerstemning i gløppen din helga, det skal være på Breim.
Ja. Så hvis du vil ha en vakker sang, så bare reiser du til Breim.
Eller inn på Skei, der skal Eid Mannskor være med, og forskjellige mange andre.
Ja. Men hvis du kommer litt sent på kvelden, så er det ikke sikkert det blir så vakkert lenger.
Nei.
Jeg har vært på noe sånt.
Hun har vært med en stund, så da vet hun.
Ja. Jeg ga meg på hele greia.
Ja, når du Rønneig var på operaen i Oslo og ikke var oppe på operataket en gang, så nei, da har du jaggu gått langt ned, ja.
Ja. Jeg hilt meg på bakkeplan. Det er liksom, operataket var på feil side. Vi gikk inn i kunstnerinngangen, vi vet du.
Ja, så krabba ikke opp på taket etterpå, nei.
Da, Elmar, kommer det et spørsmål her til deg.
Ja. Da vil jeg vite, hva heter hovedstaden i Kenya?
I Kenya?
Ja.
Ja, der er en faste korrespondent, det er det heter.
Ja.
Jeg har jo... Jeg har bare så vidt vært borte i Danmark og Tyskland, og så vidt innom Sverige, og du skal til Kenya.
Ja,
det skal vi. Dette er viktig faktisk, jeg.
Ja. For det var...
Det vet dere, det er 2 karene som sitter der i lag også.
Riktig!
Nairobi stod der på telefonen og fikk opp. Det er helt rett.
Det stemmer på en prikk.
Jeg tror vi må ha en sånn regel nå at vi må svare innen 5 sekunder.
Tror du det?
Ja.
Nei, vi kan ikke...
Ikke få gurgle så lenge på det.
Ja, men altså, det er som liker å gurgle litt.
Ja, det er greit. Ja. Takk for at du ringte, du.
Ja.
God helg.
God helg, ja.
Ha det godt.
Ha det godt.
Det var Elmar Listhaug på Sandane.
Ja.
Eller på Vereide, hva det er på ordet.
I Gleppa.
Og vi får sette med musikk i særklasse her.
Ja.
Nå skal vi høre.
Nå skal vi høre da...
Ja, det er jeg spent på. Du kan få lov å spørre spørsmål om musikk hvis du må absolutt på, men det er ikke for neste gang.
Ikke for neste gang, nei. Nei, men da skal vi... Har du hørt om døttera til Elmar?
Nei.
Det skal du få høre om nå. Med Johans orkester.
Ok, det er historie på en måte.
Det er altså... Ja, du får i hvert fall en følelse av hva som foregår.
Har du hørt den i Rebelsen her, du?
Nei.
Skal du få høre den nå?
Ja.
Et annet ord for båthus. Annet ord for juv. Og vi flytter oss litt når det gjelder kommunen nå. Så skal vi faktisk... Dette er vel Symfjord nå, tror jeg.
Det er nok, det er
hvis
nede
ikke jeg
der.
tar mye feil.
Ja.
Det er det sjelden. 5, 28, 60, 600. Annet ord for båthus pluss annet ord for juv. Ja, jeg fortalte en historie med trekkspill, har sett han der.
Ja, og
Du har-
du hører hvor det gikk på slutten der.
Det gikk helt bra.
Det gikk til dunders.
God kveld, god kveld.
God kveld.
Da har vi med oss ei blide dame. Det hører jeg med en gang.
Ja, du hører det.
Selvfølgelig. Skal vi opp i Jeg tror det er vi skal opp om Eid her et stykke.
Åh, kan ikke du gå ut om meg? Du er ute om Stårheim et stykke.
Men du er født der over i Eid opp imot
Ja.
Ja, men det er en Haldis som børster.
Ja, det stemmer helt perfekt.
Ja.
Du vant den.
Ja, hva premien er til meg nå? Det lurer jeg meg på. Kjølsdal er rundt med guide.
Ja, vi er en tur på naturmøteplassen med guide.
Ja.
Startet jeg i Rabben.
Ja.
Er du som er guide da?
Ja.
Trenger dere anstand?
Nei, jeg tror ikke det.
I vår alder?
I vår alder, ja.
Det er ikke godt å si.
Haldis Sundborta, hva vi skulle hen?
Til Naustdal.
Ja. Båtut er jo naust. Jeg så at telefonen lyste rødgløderne med samme vi har sagt det.
Ja. Nei, ikke med samme måte du sier det andre også.
Det er jo Naustdal her i vår kommune, og klart det, men... Men dette her var en egen kommune før det.
Ja.
Ja.
Og så kommer det en eller annen sånn dulling og slår ihop.
Ja.
Jeg roter ihop ting som ikke burde vært rotet ihop.
Er ikke det her han vektløfteren vår kom ifra da?
Ja. Og der er det vår nåværende mester, hun Solveig Kwanda. Hun har han som trener.
Sier du det, ja?
Ja.
Han Stian.
Ja, Stian Grimseth. Ja. Men hun heter Solveig Kwanda.
Han er det vel eneste som skadet seg når han lå og sov. Han skulle være med på stevne OL.
Ja.
Så våkna han opp med dårlig rygg om morgenen igjen.
Ja.
Hvordan sover seg dårlig?
Men kan ikke vi ha bytte på dette? Hvem var det som vant The Voice 2025?
Hæ?
Hvem vant The Voice i 2025?
Ja, men det er ferdig. Var det hun fra Florø?
Nei.
Nei.
Var det en hund i det hele tatt?
Det var en hund, ja.
Ja, da var det hun i.
Ja, det var hun i.
Ja.
Ja,
men hun hadde en veldig fin stemme.
Fantastisk.
Ja, nå fortell jeg hvem det var du da.
Hun heter Andrea Brede Holm.
Ja.
Og var ifra?
Nei, det har ikke jeg tenkt meg ut. Det husker ikke jeg.
Var hun unge, var hun eldre?
Hun var for passelig.
En aldrende dame?
Men hun var i hvert fall veldig flink.
Passelig når det gjelder kvinnfolk da.
Hun var så flink.
Ja. Hun hadde en nydelig stemme, og hun trengte ikke å ta i det hele tatt. Hun fikk formidlet veldig bra. Så hun ute Måløy hadde sånn veldig god stemme.
Var tynne sånn?
Det var ei ute Måløy, ja.
Fra Florø?
Nei, det var ei ute Måløy. Hun gikk ikke videre.
Åja, det var tidligere.
Ja.
Men jeg var ei fra Florø også da.
Ja.
Ja.
Men det var i hvert fall ei ute Måløy.
Jeg måtte se det før jeg begynte å høre på alvor for dere.
Så du ble altså flyttet til et skritt på å være med og stemme fram der?
Jeg gjorde kanskje det i dag.
Men må man, så må man.
Må man så, må man, ja.
Ja.
Og du fikk det sånn som du ville. For det er du vant til.
Nei, ja. Kan du si det da?
Ja. Av og til så er det litt kjekt å få viljen sin. Det vil jeg si.
Ja.
Nå skal du få dere spørsmål.
Oi.
Ja, jeg vet du var nå veldig interessert i fotball før, du.
Ja, men vi kan jo spørre hva slags fotballtrøye var hun Anne Martha Giske hadde på seg på fjernsynet den dagen de alle skulle ha fotballtrøye på seg?
Ja. Det har vel ikke jeg sett.
Har ikke sett det?
Nei.
Hun Anne Martha Giske hadde på seg en fotballtrøye. Ganske lokal.
Hadde hun også eiderne sine?
Hun hadde eiderdrakt på seg.
Hadde hun det, ja?
Hun hadde eiderdrakt på seg.
Så lokalt, så
Ja.
måtte det bli det.
Ja da, det er jo sånn at jeg sa, ja, men der står det Eide Elektro på. Så hun hadde altså eiderdrakt på.
Ja,
Så det var litt artig, men hun er jo eiderjente da.
Men da kommer spørsmålet. Hva heter fotballbanen til Chelsea?
Nå er han litt vanskelig enn det vil
Nei
være.
da.
husker du det?
Det siste delen er hvis du spiller kort, den er 4 stykker, da spiller en. Ja, det er siste delen. Brigde er det siste.
Og så var det et slag.
Og så er det et bilmerke, halve hettordet.
Nei, vent, jeg får tenke meg om.
Ja.
Det heter Stamford.
Ja!
Og så er det et par ord til.
Stanford Bridge.
Ja.
Stanford Bridge, heter det. Bare hør på meg, jeg kan uttale det.
Få høre.
Nå skal jeg,
Du ser hvor ungdom ble i kjeften.
nå skal jeg lære av Jon Roar dette her. Stanford Bridge.
Engelsk er ikke min styrke.
Nei.
Men det Storheima kan jeg nok skjønne da.
Vi skal ta deg et
Ja, men
kurs.
det er bra.
Ja, det var
helt
bare...
greit å begynne norsk.
Er det forskjell på dialekten på Storheim og Kjølsdalen?
Nei, jeg tror vi er ganske like.
På Eid og Storheim da?
Nei, det får være liten sånn.
Det er bare nyanser, tror jeg.
Det var litt mer forfinet før. Jeg tror det jamnet seg ut litt.
Ja.
For Eideren sa Starheim.
Starheim.
Det skulle ut til Starheim med A.
Ja.
Aha.
Det er jo feil.
Hva det sa når det skulle Kjølsdalen da?
Kjølstland.
Hva skulle det ikke nok så reist ut i Kjølsdalen? Det er helt vilje, du.
Det skulle ut i Kjølstala.
Kjølsdalen.
Nei, Kjølstala. Kjølstala.
Kjølsdalen, ja.
Ja.
Ok. Stanford
Så vi
Bridge.
skal ha oss et sånt kurs.
Hun bor inne i elva. Det er sånne feider der
Men du har-
ute inne i elva.
Ja. Så når du skal ut i Hatja.
Er det slutt på disse feidene nå, du?
Ja, vi har ikke noe feideverk med Storheim og Røyland.
17. mai det dreier tog og sånn. Ute i elva, inne i elva.
Nei, det er slutt på sånn.
Det gamle, men det var kjekke leker, det.
Ja, det var vel kanskje det. Skal vi ta det opp igjen?
Det var sånn at de beste skoene, det var ikke så gode å holde nede i grusen. Det glei der gode, vet du.
Ja, det var ikke greit. Det var før viking.
Ja, det var... Jeg husker det egentlig godt. Jeg synes det var kjekt, det.
Ja, det vet
Ja,
du.
men jeg var jo over 20 før jeg kom hit, vet du.
Nå, du var 50 år i Kjølsdalen. 55.
Kjølstland.
Hæ?
Du var 50-60 år i Kjølsdalen. Tenk det,
Nei,
du.
det var 60 år i Kjølsdalen. Hvor gammel er jeg?
Men du var vel snart ut i Kjølsdalen før du ble gift der.
Ja, det var en liten tur, da. For noen døgn, noen år.
Der ser du. Tenker jeg ikke så langt ifra sannheten.
Men da vil jeg gjerne komme med et spørsmål, for dere roter dere enda lenger ut på landet.
Ja.
Ja.
What is that? Oh no. Shut the fuck up. Bergen to Greece. That seems good. Why doesn't it work?
What was gold? These people, well, they were really talented. What can you say?
He and his wife each bought a unit of one of the company's investment products for 60,000 yuan. That's around $8,000. He was seeing returns around $10 each working day.
After about 2 years, you would make 3 times what you put in. To invest. There was no rule that you had to reinvest your earnings. But I suppose we were just too weak to resist. They just pumped up our dreams until we lost all self-control, all critical judgment.
At the center of Lantianguri is a woman called Qian Zhimin, known to investors as Huahua, or Little Flower. Her name isn't on the company's official registration documents. She rarely shows her face. But investors and employees know she is the brains behind the operation. At larger events, loyal investors could sometimes catch a glimpse of her. A small business owner called Li is invited to one such event in Wuxi, near Shanghai. Having gone through security, he finds himself in a room full of hundreds of people, and eventually, he spots Qian.
It looked like she'd got something like a lace curtain and wrapped it around the lower half of her face, leaving only her eyes exposed. She was also in a wheelchair. She had a car accident, so someone would always be wheeling her around.
She doesn't say much in the packed hall, but Li likes what he sees of the company and decides to invest. He draws on his own assets as well as those of his wife and little brother, and even some of his father's pension pot. In all, he invests 12 million yuan into Lantianguri. That's around $1.7 million. In the eyes of the company, that makes him a big investor, and this status gets him entry into smaller, more intimate meetings with Qian.
She was a good talker, very sharp. Those of us there, you could say we were starstruck. We all saw her as our goddess of wealth. She started encouraging us to dream big, telling us she'd make us rich, and within 3 years, she'd give us enough wealth to last our family's 3 generations.
On top of the promise of personal wealth, Lantianguri also trumpeted patriotism.
Our love of country was our Achilles heel. That's what they exploited. They said they wanted to make China #1 in the world, to lift the Chinese people to their rightful place in the world.
At one event, he says the son-in-law of Chairman Mao, the founding father of the People's Republic of China, spoke on behalf of the company.
We in our generation all looked up to Chairman Mao. So if even his son-in-law was vouching for it, how could we not trust it?
Qian was selling a dream to the Chinese people, a chance to ride the wave of modern technology and finance, amass fabulous wealth for themselves and their descendants, and help China rise on the global stage. For a while, everything seemed to be going to plan. One Thursday afternoon in mid-2017, Yu checks his phone for the daily notification that the payout has arrived in his bank account. But as afternoon turns into evening, the payment still hasn't arrived. Eventually, the company announces that police are doing some checks, but the payouts should resume soon.
Then they told us to open accounts with the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Before that, we'd always received payouts at the Agricultural Bank of China. So we opened new accounts, but still, the money didn't come.
He gives the company the benefit of the doubt.
The company had always paid us on time. and we still had a lot of goodwill towards it. But after 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, and then half a year, we were still waiting.
The money never comes. Eventually, he learns that after investigating, the Chinese police find that Lantiangore's cryptocurrency mines are fake. Qian had used Yu and other investors' money to buy tens of thousands of Bitcoin. Yu's life fell apart. He and his wife argued bitterly over what to do next.
I tried to fix the situation, but in the end, we divorced. Many families have been broken up. People have been left without money to pay for medical treatments. All this has really happened. Our son was just about to apply to university at the time, and I was afraid that all this would ruin his future. So I gave up custody of my son and took all the debt on my own shoulders. About 900,000 yuan in all.
That's more than 120,000 US dollars. In chat groups with fellow investors, there was fierce debate over what had happened. Tens of thousands of people had lost money, in some cases their life savings. Just 2 months before it all came crashing down, Li had invested more than $1 million.
For fuck's sake.
I was one of those who lost the most. A huge sum of money. But once you're in that situation, you can curse the heavens and the earth all you want. But what good can it do?
With investors left high and dry, the big question now was, where was Qian? You're listening to the documentary on the BBC World Service, The Chinese Crypto Queen. Qian fled China shortly after Chinese police started investigating Lantiangore. After a time in Southeast Asia, she arrived in the UK in September 2017 on a St. Kitts and Nevis passport under the name of Yadi Zhang. With a laptop loaded with Bitcoin, she moved into a mansion in the upmarket London suburb of Hampstead. Qian takes on the persona of a wealthy antiques and diamond heiress named Rose. She hires a personal assistant by the name of Wen Jian, a former Chinese restaurant worker in her 30s. Qian gets Wen to trade her cryptocurrency into hard cash and real estate. Their WhatsApp messages were later seized by UK police.
Hello, boss. I've sold one coin for £4,679.
Oh, I don't want to sell at this price. It will be £20,000 or more after 4 years.
Understood.
If it reaches 10,000 by the end of the year, I wish I was dead. The lowest price I wanted to see this year was 6,000. Worrying. Let me cry for a bit. Don't stop me.
The price is unpredictable.
Selling tens of bitcoins at this price is not the problem. Imagine selling several thousand. I'd feel like my heart was being stabbed by a knife.
With the money from the Bitcoin sales, Wen and Qian did go on some sightseeing trips around Europe. There's photos of them outside castles and in chocolate shops. But Wen testified in court that Qian spent most of her days lying in bed, gaming, online shopping, and trading cryptocurrency. Plagued by nightmares, she would often wake screaming at night. All the while, her Bitcoin was appreciating in value, increasing from several hundred million to billions of dollars. Eventually, though, the fact that most of Qian's wealth was held in Bitcoin and not pounds sterling or dollars or euros caught up with her. In late 2018, Detective Constable Joe Ryan of the Metropolitan Police received a report about a suspicious transaction flagged by a law firm. The firm was saying that Wen was trying to buy an 8-bedroom property with her boss using a load of Bitcoin. She couldn't explain where the Bitcoin had come from.
And it was during the process of that being bought that I got involved and I started looking at the cryptocurrency, following the cryptocurrency chains where you look at the analysis of wallets and the claim was that the Bitcoins was from mining, and analysis shows it wasn't.
In October 2018, DC Ryan and other officers raided the Hampstead mansion. They were looking for Wen. At this stage, they knew virtually nothing about Qian.
We get to the story. Miss Wen was outside it in her car. Initially, she didn't want to let us in. I tried to ask her to open the door. She delayed for quite a considerable time, but she eventually let us in. When we went in, searched the house to see who was there. Miss Chan was in a bedroom at the back, in a different room to Miss Wen.
The moment police find Qian is captured in this body cam footage.
Hello, madam. Pretty sure you're in bed. I've just got to record down your name, if that is all right. So, what's your first name, please?
The whole house, a very large house, fairly messy, and there was cash almost everywhere. Thousands of pounds, bundles of £20,000 here, £12,000 there, envelopes with money in. There was even a coat hanging up in a cupboard that had £3,000 in the pocket.
As well as cash, DC Ryan and his team found a lot of electrical equipment.
There was a purple filing cabinet in Miss Chan's bedroom, and that held the laptops that had the bulk of the cryptocurrency on. And there was a safe in her room that had passwords and access codes to the laptops. I know this is wrong, but my impression of her was that she wasn't especially bright, and at that time I thought she might have been a cleaner that had picked up a laptop in a crypto exchange and stolen it and had the crypto from that source. Years later, knowing a lot more about her, that was an act, and she's very good at acting.
When officers later tot up the sum of cryptocurrency on the laptops, it amounts to 61,000 Bitcoin, the largest cryptocurrency seizure in UK history. On one of the devices, they also find text files, which contain notes written by Qian about her future plans.
I must learn more English. I must practice so many words a day, read this book, do other things. A lot of it was a bit more something that you aspire towards, such as you talk about what would you do if you won the lottery, and you just have a conversation and say, oh, I'd travel here and go there. And a lot of things were like that. One of the things that did come up in the trial with Miss Wen was her intention to become monarch of Liberland, which is an interesting idea, and the amount of money she's going to spend on jewellery, crowns and sceptres.
She also writes about a fund she plans to set up to pay off her debts in China, but she'll only set it up when the price of Bitcoin reaches a certain value. Police didn't arrest Qian or Wen the day they raided the property. It's only when they investigate further that officers realize there was more to this case, and more to Qian.
We found that Miss Chan was wanted by the Chinese authorities, that it became obvious that she was the leader, and the more information we got about her involvement, because it was a lot later that we found out that she was actually the leader of the fraud, not just a lower down member. And it was only then that it became obvious that she is very switched on, very manipulative, able to persuade a lot of people what's going on.
Her assistant, Wen Qian, was charged and later convicted of laundering money. She received a sentence of more than 6 years imprisonment. But Qian, who had directed and supervised Wen, simply disappeared. 6 years after Detective Joe Ryan first started working on the case, a breakthrough. They're investigating a Malaysian man living in the UK after seeing some suspicious cryptocurrency transactions. And when DC Ryan watches the CCTV footage of him, he sees, to his disbelief, the woman he'd first seen lying in bed in that Hampstead mansion.
I was surprised that she was in the UK. I thought she would have left. Her passport indicates that she did leave, but bear in mind there are lots of false passports involved in this case. We don't know how she got back into the UK because her passport doesn't show it, so presumably she used a false passport to come back into the UK. She shouldn't have really been here.
Qian had moved to another property in the northern UK city of York. In the early hours of the morning, officers raided. Heading in through the front door, they move upstairs before kicking Qian's bedroom door open. There, once again, they find Qian in bed on red silk sheets.
Zimin Qian. Do you speak English?
Now, Detective Constable Joe Ryan gets the chance to interview her again, this time with a lot more knowledge of what she is capable of.
She was very meek, so I went to get her from the cell to bring her into the interview room. And she was walking very slowly, very small steps. Now, bear in mind, I'd seen her on CCTV a couple of weeks earlier, so I knew she could walk normally. So this is all part of the act that she's trying to portray, that she's ill, infirm, trying to encourage people to feel sorry for her.
Qian answers no comment to most of DC Ryan's questions. But she does provide a written statement insisting that her activities in China were legitimate. She also says that she came to the UK to seek refuge from a Chinese government crackdown on cryptocurrency entrepreneurs. The authorities did ban cryptocurrency exchanges in 2017, the year that she fled. In September 2025, her trial for money laundering opens. I'm here now just standing outside Southwark Crown Court, waiting to be let into the first of Qian Zhimin's hearings. It's a clear, crisp morning, lovely blue sky, there's a bit of chill in the air, and it all feels a bit surreal that the fate of this woman who touched the lives of tens of thousands of people all over China should be decided here, in this room, halfway across the world. The gallery is packed. After a very brief morning session in which Qian confirms her identity, the court turns to other matters. We come back for the afternoon session, and it's announced Qian is changing her plea. When the charges were read out to her, I was watching her face, and she seemed to be kind of struggling to master her emotions. It seemed to me that she was biting her lower lip, and watching her closely, you could see her speak the words 有罪 or guilty. You couldn't hear them, but then they were repeated or immediately repeated loudly by her interpreter so that the entire court could hear. And immediately after that, she was taken away from the defendant box and out of the courtroom, because for her, of course, this trial is over. The question now remains, who will get the Bitcoin seized from Qian by UK police, now worth more than $6 billion US? Li and Yu are hoping some of it will come back to them.
We don't expect to recoup everything, but if we can gather all the evidence together, we hope the British authorities can show compassion, can return us a portion of our losses. Half, even a third would do. But if nothing comes back to us, then really it will be devastating for us.
Both Li and Yu are participating in a UK legal case which aims to identify the rightful owners of the Bitcoin. But only a tiny fraction of the total number of victims have got involved. So, one of the younger investors to lose money explains why she isn't going down this path.
You need to hire lawyers to pay lawyers' fees. We don't plan on paying even more money to chase this thing. We're waiting for the state to intervene, for the police to give us updates. My hope is that the case gets closed as soon as possible. That's all money belonging to us Chinese citizens. Qian Zhimin is a Chinese citizen, and she scammed other Chinese. She did take the money over there, but the money is ours. It doesn't belong to the UK.
Usually in a case like this, unclaimed money would go automatically to the UK government. But in this case, the UK's Crown Prosecution Service is setting up an additional and unprecedented compensation scheme. However, Louise Abbott, a lawyer who specialises in cryptocurrency fraud, says the details haven't been shared yet.
There's so many areas for it to look at. For example, the victims themselves are not in one easy category. There are different victims. Some have participated, some have already got compensation. this is going to take some really careful working between our government and the Chinese government to work out how properly it is to be done, but we're in the early stages of that at the moment.
He stayed up until the early hours of the morning following news reports of Qian's trial. After hearing that she pled guilty, he celebrated with his elderly parents.
All of us victims in China feel the truth of the old saying. Justice might be delayed, but never denied. After such a long wait, Qian's guilty plea has given us a glimpse of sunlight. We hope that the UK courts will be open and just with British and Chinese citizens alike, and support the justice of victims' claims and make good our losses.
Fellow investor Yu went through a time when he had just 10 yuan, or around $1, in his pocket. He was living on instant noodles and sweet potato for weeks on end. He lives on his own now. He doesn't talk to his son. But he has managed to pull himself out of debt. He too has closely followed Qian's arrest in the UK and the seizure of the Bitcoin bought with investors' money.
The police in the UK must be very talented. We all read Sherlock Holmes books when we were younger. And in our minds, that's still the image of the real detective. To find all this Bitcoin, of course, we're very grateful. Here in China, we hope that we can get the capital returned to us. That's our great hope. Humans have that great quality of empathy, and at the end of the day, we are all human. To be able to save the victims of Lantianguri, who are struggling and suffering, even to save their lives, what a noble act that would be.
The Chinese Crypto Queen, a documentary from the BBC World Service, was presented by me, Tony Han, and produced by Guy Kilty. The sound engineer was Craig Baldwin. The editors were Ankur Shah and Rebecca Henschke.
This is the BBC World Service, investigating the global trade in meteorites.
So, 4,300,000. When rare rocks come up, the interest in them and their price tag is big. But is that at a cost to science and those looking to study them?
Rocks to Riches, Thursday at 9:30 and 20 GMT. In half an hour, we hear some amazing sports stories.
We're going back to 1992 to hear how basketball and US rock band The Grateful Dead unexpectedly collided in tie-dye. That helped get the Lithuanian basketball team to the Barcelona Olympics.
The newsroom is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
This is Alex Ritson with the newsroom. Venezuelan fury at Donald Trump's unilateral closure of its airspace, the killing of 2 children by Israel's army for an unauthorized crossing of a line in Gaza helped, say Hamas, to take the total death toll in the territory above 70,000.
The 2 boys who died have been described as an 8-year-old and his elder brother aged 10 or possibly 11. They were killed in what the relatives described as a drone strike by Israeli forces.
At least 600 people dead and millions more affected as 3 tropical cyclones batter large parts of South and Southeast Asia.
After the flood, everything was gone. I wanted to save my clothes, but my house came down. It was swept away. I couldn't save anything, not one thing.
Pope Leo heads to Lebanon on the latest leg of his first foreign trip, and Britain's King Charles leads tributes to the playwright Tom Stoppard, who's died at the age of 88. First, a full bulletin of the very latest world news.
Hello, I'm David Harwood with the BBC News. Venezuela has condemned as a colonialist threat President Trump's warning that its airspace should be considered closed. The Foreign Ministry described his social media post as an extravagant, illegal and unjustified aggression against President Nicolas Maduro and the Venezuelan people. Sean Dilley is in Washington.
They've condemned what they call hostile, unilateral and arbitrary statements by the president. They say that
Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says the number of people killed in Israel's military offensive has passed 70,000. Doctors say the latest to be killed are 2 boys. James Cook reports from Jerusalem.
Israel launched its offensive in Gaza in response to the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023, in which about 1,200 people were killed and 251 taken hostage. Since then, according to Gaza's health ministry, which is run by Hamas, 70,100 people have been killed in Gaza. Medics at the Nasser military hospital said the most recent victims were 2 children. The Israel Defense Forces told BBC News they had struck 2 suspects who had crossed the so-called Yellow Line, behind which Israeli troops agreed to retreat under a ceasefire brokered by the United States more than 7 weeks ago.
James Cook reporting. World News from the BBC. Guinea-Bissau's deposed President Umaro Sissoko Embalo, who fled this week into neighbouring Senegal, has now gone to Brazzaville in the Republic of Congo. Mr. Embalo said he'd been overthrown by the army, which cancelled last week's election results before they could be declared. Skirmishes were reported between police and youths loyal to the opposition leader, Fernando Dias. He has accused Mr. Embalo of orchestrating the coup. The coup leader, General Horta Nta, was a close ally of the president. Mexican police say at least 7 people have been killed and several others injured in a shooting at a bar in the central state of Hidalgo. Local media say reports say a group of men stormed the bar in Tula and opened fire. Local authorities are searching for them. One of the giants of modern theatre, the British playwright Tom Stoppard, has died at the age of 88. He won 5 Tony Awards for Best Play, including for Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, an absurdist take on 2 minor characters from Shakespeare's Hamlet. He also won an Oscar for his script for the movie Shakespeare in Love. Born in the former Czechoslovakia, he arrived in the UK as a child, developing a lifelong passion for the English language. His final play, the acclaimed Leopoldstadt, centred on a Viennese Jewish family, an echo of his own family history. In rugby union, one of the sport's biggest stars, Antoine Dupont, has made his long-awaited return. He came on in the second half for his team Toulouse as they won a crushing victory over Racing 92. Jacob Evans reports.
Often the smallest man on the pitch, but nearly always the best, Antoine Dupont is one of rugby union's most exciting talents. The Frenchman has previously been voted Men's Player of the Year, and last year helped his country win gold in Rugby Sevens at the Paris Olympics. In March, he tore ligaments in his knee playing in Europe's Six Nations tournament, which France went on to win. His return will be hugely welcomed by French rugby as they look to defend their title in 2026.
Jacob Evans reporting, and that's the latest BBC News.
Hello, this is Alex Ritson with the newsroom. Relations between Venezuela and the Trump administration have been deteriorating for months, with the US stepping up its very public criticism of the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. US forces have also been building up their military presence in the Caribbean and targeting boats it says have been involved in drug smuggling. Mr. Trump has warned that US efforts to halt Venezuelan drug trafficking by land will begin very soon. Now he's infuriating Caracas even further by posting a warning on his Truth Social platform that the airspace above and around Venezuela should be considered closed. Let's get more on this from BBC Monitoring and our correspondent Lewis Fajardo. Lewis, what's the latest on this airspace edict?
The government of Venezuela has protested in very strong terms what they describe as quote-unquote colonial attitude by the U.S. when the president has announced this, what he calls a closing of the Venezuelan airspace. There are reports in local media, however, from the Caracas International Airport, the main airport in the country, suggesting that at least a few planes are still leaving from the airport. So it does not seem to have effectively closed down traffic. Of course, a lot of very intense concern in Venezuela about the possible effects of these new statements by the U.S. president.
So what's the objective of this? Nicolas Maduro and his military are not going to take this lightly.
Well, the government of the U.S. has not has been very clear actually about its displeasure with the Venezuelan government. There is this argument that many commentators are saying that the U.S. hopes that the mere threat of military action against Venezuela would be enough to cause the ranks of the military, which have been remarkably loyal to Maduro until now, to kind of suggest that they could actually remove his support and force him to leave, or convince him to leave, to give up power. There is no evidence up to this point that that is happening. At this point, of course, this is seen as a weeks-long campaign to exert this kind of pressure against the Venezuelan government, and still the expectation to see what will be the actual result.
What do people, regular people in Venezuela, make of all this?
There seem to be mixed feelings. There's certainly at least a part of Venezuelan society that would seem to actually be accepting of the U.S. interfering more or intervening more in Venezuelan affairs and actually trying to convince or to force Maduro out of office. However, there are also voices saying that this could be seen as an intervention in Venezuelan politics, and certainly there are those who say that there are people in Venezuela, in the Venezuelan government, or close to the Venezuelan government, that even if this hypothetical intervention occurred, they would not leave that easily. There's certainly militias in Venezuela. There's even foreign rebel groups like the Colombian ELN and FARC dissident groups that are present in Venezuela. They have been seen as close to the Maduro administration, and few people expect that they would leave without putting some kind of a fight if this hypothetical U.S. intervention really occurred.
Briefly, is there anyone waiting in the wings to take over from Nicolas Maduro?
There have been all kinds of speculations about who could be interested in moving into Maduro's position. There have not been really any evidence. One of the striking things about the Maduro administration has been its resiliency over the years, and there is no clear figure that has openly seemed to suggest that he would be willing to take over. Of course, there's lots of speculation about the position of the military, but again, no concrete evidence of anyone appearing directly to try to challenge Maduro in case he left office.
Luis, thank you. Luis Fajardo. The health ministry in Gaza, which is run by Hamas, has said the number of people killed in the Palestinian territory since the start of the war in 2023 has passed 70,000. Although a fragile ceasefire with Israel is holding, civilians are still being killed, the latest deaths being 2 boys. I heard more from our correspondent in Jerusalem, James Kirk.
What we're hearing about this latest incident comes from medics at the Nasser military hospital inside Gaza, who say that the most recent victims of this conflict are 2 children. Now, Israel prevents the BBC from reporting independently from inside Gaza, so I should say we've been unable to independently verify the details, but the 2 boys who died have been described as an 8-year-old and his elder brother aged 10 or possibly 11. The French news agency Agence France Presse says it has spoken to relatives of the boys, and it reports those relatives as saying the children had been out looking for firework east of Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip when they were killed in what the relatives described as a drone strike by Israeli forces.
What has the Israeli army said about this?
So we have a statement from the Israel Defense Forces, and they have told BBC News that they struck 2 suspects who had crossed the so-called yellow line. Alex, as you know, that's the line behind which Israeli troops agreed to withdraw under the ceasefire that was brokered by the United States just over 7 weeks ago. IDF troops say they identified 2 suspects who crossed that yellow line. They say the suspects conducted suspicious activities on the ground and approached IDF troops operating in the southern Gaza Strip. They say that the suspects, as they describe them, and they don't mention the age of the suspects, that they posed an immediate threat to the troops. And so they say following the identification, they eliminated the suspects in order to remove the threat. And I should say that the IDF says it also killed another person in similar but separate circumstances also in the southern Gaza Strip.
So these deaths have taken, we're told, the number of people killed in the conflict above 70,000. That is a major milestone. Does it feel as though the war really is carrying on despite the ceasefire?
I mean, it's such a good question. It is obviously a major and grim milestone. Israel, remember, launched this offensive in Gaza in response to the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023. Some 1,200 people were killed in that attack. 250 51 taken hostage, and since then, as you say, according to Gaza's health ministry, which is run by Hamas, 70,100 people have been killed in Gaza. And yes, the health ministry says 350 of those Palestinian deaths have happened since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, brokered by the states, came into effect just over 7 weeks ago. But it also says a sharp jump in the numbers it's been recording, the health ministry, in recent days is not down to a surge in violence in recent days, but the health ministry in Gaza says that the immediate surge has been mainly down to the fact that it's been able to take advantage of relative, and I use the word advisedly, relative calm since the ceasefire to search for bodies in what is really the wreckage and ruins of Gaza.
James Cook. A study has shown that Africa's forests are now releasing more carbon dioxide emissions than they absorb. Researchers at 3 universities in the UK published their findings in the journal Scientific Reports. Here's Camilla Mills.
These ecosystems play a pivotal role in the global carbon cycle. Using advanced satellite data and machine learning, the researchers tracked more than a decade of changes. The study showed that logging and mining are destroying large areas, which has led to African forests moving from absorbing carbon to producing it between 2010 and 2017. During that time, the continent lost about 106 billion kilograms of forest biomass per year. The report says that without urgent action to stop forest loss, the world risks losing one of its most important natural carbon buffers.
Camilla Mills. You're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. The number of dead from devastating floods and landslides across parts of southern and southeast Asia has risen to about 600 people. Monsoon rain exacerbated by tropical storms caused some of the region's worst flooding in years, with millions affected in Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Thailand and Indonesia. These people in the remote village of Mirian in Aceh province in Indonesia said their homes had been destroyed.
After the flood, everything was gone. I wanted to save my clothes, but my house came down. It was swept away. I couldn't save anything, not one thing.
We did receive some aid, but so far we have only got 2 bags of rice. We haven't received any medical aid from the government. We severely lack food, even the rice. We haven't got any left at all.
Amy Sawita Lefevre from Save the Children is helping with the flood response in Thailand.
We've seen perhaps some of the heaviest rain in a generation in at least 25 or 30 years. Many have said that the warnings were slow, provinces were slow to evacuate people, and the initial response was not perhaps as coordinated as it could have been, which is why we saw such devastating scenes. Children are traumatized, children have been through a lot, many of them have been rescued from rooftops, they've been stuck inside their homes with their relatives, and so the needs are very, very high at the moment.
Our Global Affairs reporter Ambarasan Etirajan told me more about Sri Lanka, where the country has declared a state of emergency and appealed for international help.
The local officials are calling it as the worst flooding in about a decade. I spoke to a couple of our colleagues and friends. What they were describing it was never in the past water had entered their homes. This is the first time they're seeing water coming in and they have to go and temporarily live with their relatives far away. Now the human cost has been devastating. More than 150 people killed, but there are dozens of people missing, especially in the central part of Sri Lanka, eastern part of Sri Lanka. There were landslides, people were washed away in this torrent of water. And what many people are describing was this was happening very quickly. Even the water coming out, bursting banks of the river, entering into residential areas, hardly giving them any time to pick up their belongings and run away. They just had to leave the house and move away. And already there was monsoon rains, and then there was also this cyclone Tetwa passing through that island. Tens of thousands of people have been moved away. More than 20,000 homes were destroyed or damaged partially. So the human suffering has been enormous, and that's why the president has now declared a state of emergency that will give them power to supervise all this emergency work.
And Sri Lanka, just one of the countries which has been affected.
If you go further southeast, Indonesia is one of the worst affected countries where hundreds of people have died. And again, the Sumatra island, people are still trying to find their relatives because what is happening there is many bridges have been washed away. So making communication and emergency relief work very difficult. People have moved to relief camps in between, and also the emergency services are finding it difficult to move this earth-moving equipment, heavy machinery, to dig all these landslide areas to find if there are any survivors. So in some areas of Sumatra Island, people are using shovels and bare hands to dig through this rubble to find if there are any survivors. It's not just Indonesia. Thailand, again, one of the cities in southern Thailand, received the worst rain in about 300 years. Complete deluge, and there is also criticism of the local government, how far they were prepared. And now, as we speak, the southern Indian state of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh on the other side, they are preparing for this storm. Now it is passing through this Bay of Bengal and reaching the southern Indian coast. They're hoping is that the storm will lose strength and become a low depression, but that means again a lot of rain, so that is what people are hoping, that it won't create another deluge in southern part of India.
And Barasam Ethirajan. Pope Leo's first foreign trip as head of the Catholic Church began with a 4-day visit to Turkey, and he's now travelling to Lebanon. It's a religiously diverse country with a significant Christian population. The Pontiff's visit carries a message of peace, coexistence and solidarity. Our Middle East correspondent Hugo Beshega reports.
Pope Leo's visit to Lebanon is being framed as an important national moment. Posters with pictures of the Pope decorate the streets of Beirut. And over the next 3 days, he will meet Lebanon's leaders, hold a silent prayer at the site of the deadly port explosion in 2020, and lead a mass at the waterfront that is expected to be attended by 12,000 people. The visit comes amid political and economic turmoil here, and rising fears of a possible escalation of the Israeli attacks against the Shia Muslim movement Hezbollah. The group has welcomed the visit, describing Lebanon as a diverse social fabric. Given the recent warnings from Israel, some Lebanese have described the trip as the calm before the storm.
Hugo Beshega in Beirut. In less than 12 hours, the people of Honduras will be heading to the polls to choose a new president as well as members of Congress and local officials. The presidential frontrunner is a former TV host and vice president, Salvador Nasrallah. But that hasn't stopped President Trump trying to influence the result. In the last few days, he warned on social media that he would withdraw aid to Honduras unless voters elect a conservative candidate. Most polls say Hondurans have already made their minds up some time ago. Will Grant reports from the Honduran capital.
El presidente de los Estados Unidos, Donald Trump.
As the candidates in Honduras wound up their campaigns, local TV news channels have mainly been discussing Donald Trump's social media posts. At least one presenter was so shocked she even questioned on air whether the content of his posts was real. First, President Trump openly backed the conservative candidate Nasty Asford, and then threatened to cut off funds to Honduras if the country didn't elect him. But most controversially, he said he'd pardon the disgraced ex-president Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was jailed for 45 years by a US court on drug smuggling and weapons charges. In a coffee shop in the capital, Tegucigalpa, such a blatant attempt to influence the race didn't go down well with Honduran political analyst Josué Murillo.
Trump or Bukele, the first one saying who we should elect and the other one who we shouldn't. It violates our autonomy as a nation, and it affects our elections as well.
I'm in the farmers market in Tegucigalpa, chatting to some of the stall owners. Many say they're underwhelmed by the names on the ballots. Such is their perception of ingrained corruption and cronyism in Honduran politics.
Que veamos la realidad, que queremos lo mejor para el país.
People must vote based on the reality and not be blindly loyal to party colours, insists Women Senator Nicole Castillo.
Este partido que ahorita está gobernando Xiomara Castro.
Yet stall owner Ronald Flores argues that the president, Xiomara Castro, and the ruling party Libre in Honduras have been unfairly portrayed in the media and overall have improved the lot of the poorest. The Libre candidate is the Renzi
Such claims failed to convince Maribelis Manossa. The outspoken congresswoman for the Liberal Party warned the top brass of the armed forces to honour their commitment to uphold the Constitution, rather than any individual politician or party. Ms. Espinosa stood as a presidential candidate for the Liberal Party herself, but was beaten by the current frontrunner, former television host and ex-vice president Salvador Nasrallah.
Political parties have the duty to purge themselves. There are criminals in the National Party, there are criminals in the Liberal Party, there are criminals in the Libra, and in the other parties. So to break out of the cycle, we must elect people who don't have any links to organised crime.
Thank you, President Trump, because today you have corrected the great injustice.
News of Mr. Trump's promise to pardon Juan Orlando Hernandez filtered into Honduras, and Mr. Hernandez's wife and two daughters gave a hastily arranged press conference to thank the US president. Yet as Hondurans cast their ballots, plenty will be furious at the idea of a pardon for the man they saw as the personification of drug cartel-related corruption and cronyism. Many also harbour fears over irregularities in the vote or the count, and over the creeping politicisation of the armed forces. Analyst Josue Murillo laments the options in front of the Honduran people.
We are in an election where we have to choose not between the best candidates, but the least worst. And that is something that really hurts.
One voter told me that the thing to remember about Hondurans is that they're philosophers about religion, politics, and about football. After the national football team narrowly failed to qualify for next year's FIFA World Cup, a group of local fans briefly blocked their players from entering the stadium before a game to urge them to show more commitment, to sweat for the shirt as they chanted. In politics too, most people want more effort from their leaders, greater sacrifice for the national good over personal ambition and corrupt enrichment.
Will Grant reporting from the Honduran capital, Tegucigalpa. King Charles has led tributes to the playwright Tom Stoppard, who's died at the age of 88. He described him as one of Britain's greatest writers who challenged, moved and inspired his audiences. The UK's National Theatre worked closely with Tom Stoppard and premiered many of his best-known plays, including Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, Arcadia and Jumpers. The theatre praised his sharp intellect, inventive narrative structures and blend of highbrow humour with profound philosophical inquiries. He won theatre awards in London and New York and also worked in cinema. Here's Sarah Campbell.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, the play which in 1967 made his name. It took two minor characters from Shakespeare's Hamlet and put them centre stage, baffled and bewildered by the seemingly arbitrary events around them. It was like Samuel Beckett, but with better jokes.
So we've got a letter which explains everything. You've got it. I thought you had it. I do have it. You have it. You've got it. I don't get it. You haven't got it. I just said that I've got it. Oh, I've got it. Shut up.
The young Stoppard was witty and playful, but took ideas seriously. Perhaps that reflected his background. Czech-born, but brought up as a self-deprecating Englishman.
They're all gifts from God. I mean, you come to a certain point and something you need arrives. And without getting mystical about it, I just know from years of it happening that one is continually given Christmas presents.
You dare to deny that this means war?
And on stage, he combined actors and his symphony orchestra to dramatise the plight of Soviet dissidents locked away in mental hospitals.
I have no symptoms, I have opinions.
Your opinions are your symptoms. Your disease is dissent. I love you.
The real thing was a play about adultery.
So you'll forgive me anything, is that it, Hen? I'm a selfish cow.
It starred Felicity Kendall, for whom Stoppard left his second wife, the doctor and broadcaster Miriam Stoppard.
Is that right?
He worked in films as well, often as a script doctor brought in to add sparkle to other writers' work. He collaborated with Terry Gilliam on his dystopian fantasy, Brazil.
You writing?
A comedy. All but done.
Pirate comedy.
And won an Oscar for his contribution to Shakespeare in Love.
How much?
£10.
You're a liar.
I swear he once run me off for Ned in the Admiral's Men.
Ned's wrong for it.
Tom Stoppard, who managed to combine an intellectual's delight in complexity with an entertainer's talent for having fun.
Sarah Campbell. And there's long been a story that the playwright Harold Pinter wrote to Tom Stoppard trying to enlist his support in getting London's Comedy Theatre renamed the Pinter Theatre. The story goes, Tom Stoppard wrote back, "Why don't you change your name to Harold Comedy?" Thanks for listening.
This is the BBC World Service with award-winning journalism and global issues.
Era un ejercicio.
It was an act of democracy, of values, of Europeanism, of modernity, of a Spain that put the dictator in his place, he says.
One of the key advantages of China's political system is the ability to set multi-decade long goals.
Despite the fact that we were different religions, I'm Muslim, she's Christian, we both had a deep connection with our spirituality.
There was cash almost everywhere. Bundles of £20,000 here, £12,000 there. I don't know what the Marine Corps was thinking, but me as a Marine Corps officer, as a major, it was a disgusting incident and a stain on the Marine Corps and its reputation.
The documentary from the BBC World Service. To listen, search the documentary online or wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
This is the BBC World Service with amazing sports stories. We're going back to 1992 to hear how basketball and US rock band The Grateful Dead unexpectedly collided in tie-dye.
I never experienced any big concerts in Lithuania, so that was my first experience with this live Grateful Dead concert.
That concert helped get the Lithuanian basketball team to the Barcelona Olympics. Find out how after the news.
BBC News with David Harper. Venezuela has condemned as a colonialist threat President Trump's warning that its airspace should be considered closed. The US does not have the authority to close another country's airspace, but Mr. Trump's comments could deter more airlines from operating there. The leading left-wing candidate in the Honduran presidential election, Risi Moncada, says President Trump is interfering in her country's politics too. Mr. Trump has urged Hondurans to vote for the right-wing candidate Nasri Asforu on Sunday. One of Russia's largest oil terminals has halted operations following an attack by sea drones. The consortium says it suspended loading at the Black Sea port of Novorossiysk. An official in Kiev confirmed that Ukraine was behind Friday night's attack. Evacuation efforts are continuing on the Indonesian island of Sumatra, where floods and landslides have killed more than 300 people. In some places, reports say desperate people are ransacking food shops. Guinea-Bissau's deposed President Umaro Sissoco Embalo, who fled earlier this week into neighbouring Senegal, has now gone to Brazzaville in the Republic of Congo. Mr. Embalo claimed he'd been overthrown by the army. Mexican police say at least 7 people have been killed and several others injured in a shooting at a bar in the central state of Hidalgo. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says the number of people killed in Israel's military offensive has passed 70,000. The Brazilian football club Flamengo have beaten Palmeiras to win the Copa Libertadores, the biggest prize in South American football. The former Real Madrid and Manchester City defender Danilo headed in the only goal just after an hour into the match. One of the giants of modern theatre, the British playwright Tom Stoppard, has died at the age of 88. He won 5 Tony Awards for Best Play, including for Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are Dead. He also won an Oscar for his script for the movie Shakespeare in Love. And that's the latest BBC News.
The story you're about to hear brings together basketball, rock music, the Olympics, and tie-dye t-shirts. Bill Walton loved all of these things. He was in the Basketball Hall of Fame, a star of the NBA. He then became a sports broadcaster, and he was also a massive Deadhead. That's a fan of the American rock band, The Grateful Dead. He recorded this series of amazing sports stories from the BBC World Service not long before he passed away in 2024. We'd like to extend our thanks to Bill's family and loved ones for supporting this project after his death. Now, over to you, Bill.
Test. We're recording here. Now we got a show. This story is at its heart a struggle and a dream. By a simple twist of fate, it brings together two of the greatest loves of my life, basketball and the Grateful Dead. I think it's one of the greatest stories ever told. I'm Bill Walton from the BBC World Service. This is Amazing Sports Stories, The Grateful Team. It's late at night, September 1989, in central Moscow, the heart of the Soviet Union. The air is heavy. Lithuanian basketball star Šarūnas Marčiulionis and his young family finally reach their destination for the night, a downtown hotel. Šarūnas' whole family's lives are packed up in just a few bags.
Yeah, I took a couple of suits, minimum clothes, and what's necessary for kid, and some gifts. We don't have much what to share, but very few things.
As his wife and his daughter Krista settle in for the night, Šarūnas stays up, nervously expecting a guest. It's Alexander Gomelsky, a Russian and the Soviet Union's men's national team basketball coach. Gomelsky has come to deliver an envelope containing plane tickets, fulfilling a promise he made to Šarūnas and the rest of his players the previous year at the 1988 Olympics in South Korea. It was a time of extreme political unrest across the USSR. Many of the republics had started to criticize Soviet rule. As the changes to the world order played out, in order to unite his players, Gomelsky promised he would help them follow their dreams of playing for international clubs if they would just compete together one last time in the Olympics for the Soviet team. That year, they beat the United States in the semifinals and ultimately won the gold medal.
I thank him a lot, because he believed in my game, and it's always his eyes handshake, says a lot about when he's sincere and when he's really wanted me to be successful.
Šarūnas clutches the plane tickets in his hands and thinks of a new life abroad. But reality quickly clouds over his excitement. Not long ago, he sealed a secret deal with an NBA team without involving any Soviet officials during this period of a frigidly cold war, a very risky move. It's a time of major shifting sands in global politics. The Iron Curtain, the divide in capitalist and communist ideologies across the world, which had come about after World War II, is evident in every aspect of life. The most tangible symbol of this rupture, the Berlin Wall dividing East and West Germany, is still standing. Soviet players are prevented from signing with teams abroad. Various athletes have defected to the West, and the KGB, the Soviet intelligence agency, constantly monitors top-level athletes closely. No one crosses the Iron Curtain without Soviet permission. Kim Mahoney knows talent when she sees it. She's been developing overseas players for the NBA for the past 30 years.
I could just see the desire would be the word that I think about. Desire in his eyes to come and play in the States. He was so driven, had such an incredible work ethic. When you met him, you felt it.
One Bulgarian, Georgi Glushkov, had slipped through the Iron Curtain in 1984, signing with the NBA's Phoenix Suns. But in 1989, no one in the Soviet bloc is letting their star players sign with the team. But But Sharunas is setting out to cross the Iron Curtain with his secret deal nonetheless. Please realize, this guy had family members sent to the Soviet work camps in Siberia in years gone by. Many other Lithuanian Soviet players can tell the same story. So Sharunas' family history is right there, tightening his chest in that Moscow hotel.
I didn't sleep much, all kinds of things going through your head, so I thought maybe something will happen on the way to the airport, or something could happen at the custom.
He wonders whether they're being followed. He keeps his head down and approaches the check-in desk, praying that he and his family won't get stopped. Sharunas wants the chance to play with the best in the world in the NBA. But he also wants a better life. He's willing to risk everything to get out, to get to the United States. As they walk to the boarding gate, Sharunas imagines being blocked by government officials or KGB agents.
You're a little bit worried, think what's going to happen next. They have to react to all these situations.
Despite days and nights worrying about this moment, Sharunas and his family walk right through. No one stops them. They step out onto the tarmac and climb the steps to the plane.
That was a relief when we walked on the plane, so we got our seats, and the plane took off. That was a great moment. Definitely start of a new life.
Kim Mahoney from the NBA recalls this as a significant moment for American basketball, too.
That was the beginning of Eastern European athletes coming to the NBA.
Soon afterwards, Sharunas' Soviet teammates scatter far and wide to Spain, West Germany, and the United States. Finally, they have some real control over their own futures. Trailblazing Sharunas is forging a new life in San Francisco. He's fitting right into the Golden State Warriors. After so many years of distrust between the United States and the USSR, he was striving to gain acceptance as an international player and as a Soviet citizen.
I have to prove that I'm part of this game. Not many people were excited and happy to accept foreigners that play in the NBA, because so many college players from the United States they didn't have a chance to play in the NBA, and that was my lucky card.
Хотел изложить свою позицию, я когда не говорил. Для меня перестройка это мой выбор. С этим связано.
Back in Moscow, the Soviet Union leader Mikhail Gorbachev is pushing ahead with his perestroika vision in an attempt to stop the USSR from fragmenting. Many voices have begun to clamor for independence. Lithuanians now openly celebrate their national identity, and the players abroad do too.
I wasn't afraid to present myself as Lithuanian, because we are Lithuanians. We different language, different culture, and I guess I was accepted very warmly by my teammates, by American Lithuanians. They were excited, proud, and I was too. I was very emotional, and it was a very good start.
Lithuanian teammate Valdemaras Homičius, who has left for Spain with Arvydas Sabonis, is also keen to set himself apart from being lumped in with the Soviet Union in the eyes of their new Spanish club and fans.
When we arrived in Spain, the club hired a Russian-speaking translator. So we started a very big campaign about how our Lithuania is going towards independence, that we are Lithuanians, that we speak a completely different language. We said we don't want a translator. We will learn Spanish ourselves.
Since the country was
53-year Soviet rule, Lithuania still kept a steady stream of talent in basketball. Every Soviet team at every Olympics had some Lithuanians on the team. It still wasn't maybe allowed to fly a Lithuanian flag, but a stadium was the only place where it was okay to chant Lietuva, Lithuania, as loud as you could.
By 1989, huge political changes are rippling across the world. In China, student protesters march in Tiananmen Square. The Berlin Wall falls. In a number of Baltic states, including Lithuania, 2 million people join hands in a human chain stretching across borders, demanding independence from the Soviet Union. The independence movement quickly gains momentum. Then, on the 11th of March, 1990,
Good evening. Lithuania has broken away from the Soviet Union and declared itself a fully independent sovereign state.
The day Lithuanian parliament declared independence will always be one of the most important, if not the most important days of my life. And of course it took a long time for our independence to be recognized by the world. But we felt free.
I felt so proud and good feeling that people wants to go a different way, you know, and wants to have destinies in their hands.
So now, after all this change, Lithuania has the chance to compete in the Olympics as its own nation for the first time in over 50 years. The 1992 Games in Barcelona are just around the corner. But it turns out sporting freedom doesn't come cheap. In the United States, Sharunas makes it his mission to raise funds to cover the team's costs. By day, he's training hard with his team, the Golden State Warriors. By night, he's meeting with potential donors and speaking at fundraising events. The coffers were filling, but it was not nearly enough. They needed something bigger. And this is the moment when two of the true loves of my life converge. Basketball and the Grateful Dead.
Shuras Marshalonis, head comm to San Francisco Bay Area, was playing for the Golden State Warriors.
Dennis McNally spent years working with the Grateful Dead as their official historian and public relations guy. The Warriors are the band's local NBA team.
Sharunas was nicknamed the Human Karate Chop. He was fearless and he drove inside. We were fans and he was very popular.
Everything is lining up. Sharunas and the Grateful Dead are about to be brought together. It's April 1992, and the Grateful Dead are getting ready for a show. Dennis spots the Warriors are due to play the Detroit Pistons the day after. Same city, same venue, and figures the basketball team must be in town the night before.
So, the guy who covered the Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle was a friend of mine and a bit of a deadhead. So I sent him a note and said, hey, I assume you'll be there that night. Tell anybody on the team if they want to come, come.
Sharunas didn't want to pass up the invite, so he goes along. After the show, Dennis invites Sharunas backstage. They chat a bit, and at the end, when Dennis is seeing him out,
Sharunas handed me an envelope and said, thank you, and, can you consider this? But it was a letter to the Rex Foundation.
The Rex Foundation is the Grateful Dead's charitable arm. At its inception in the early 1980s, I was asked to be one of the original board members. Sharunas was asking if the Grateful Dead could help get his country's basketball team to the upcoming Barcelona Olympics. Band member Mickey Hart.
We couldn't believe it, the Lithuanian team was in such dire straits and they were the underdogs. And we love underdogs.
And so the band writes them a check. They might not know the team, but helping the stranger, it just felt right. Alongside the Grateful Dead donation, the team manages to land some big sponsorship deals, enough to ensure that their major costs are covered. iconic supporters, the one that has lived on in both rock and roll and sporting history, that was the Grateful Dead. Their initial donation, while it may not have been a huge amount of money, it was the ripple that set in motion a whirling chain of events linking the band, its fans, and the team. Sharunas and the Lithuanian team have come a long way in a very short time. They've defied all odds to pull together a team and secure funding, but they've never played together as a team on a global stage before. At this point, all that stands between them and their dream of competing as Lithuania at the 1992 Barcelona Olympics is the one question. Are they good enough to make it through the qualifiers? That's next time on Amazing Sports Stories, The Grateful Team.
Amazing Sports Stories. Bill Walton's The Grateful Team is a bespoken media production for the BBC World Service. For previous and extended episodes, search for Amazing Sports Stories wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
You're listening to the BBC World Service and now Sporting Witness with me, Tim O'Callaghan. This is the story of a pioneer in the world of football photography.
Well, I was the first female photographer in England, really, doing football. And never mind the Premier League. I mean, literally, I would go to grounds and get stick from the stewards. So what are you doing here? I'd say, well, I'm a photographer. And they'd look me up and down and go, well, right, no chance.
That's Maggie Haroon. In the 1980s, she found that she had a passion for taking photos.
It's seeing through a camera what you can see in real life. I thought it was great. I thought it was terrific. But my ambition was not to do sport photography or football photography. I don't know what I was doing, really. I just meandered along a path and I didn't know where I was going.
But it was probably inevitable that Maggie was going to meander down the sporting path. She grew up in a football family. Well, she practically grew up in a football club.
I was at Man United since I was 6 years old, so I knew all the old players. They'd get me a Coca-Cola or something after a match, and I'd sit there on their knee because I was a child, and they were so good to me.
Her uncle, Louis Edwards, was the chairman of Manchester United from 1965 until 1980. He was then succeeded by her cousin Martin. Oh, and her dad, Denzel Haroon, was also a director at the club. So, after graduating from Manchester Art College, she embarked on a career in an entirely male-dominated field.
I was never taken seriously. If anything went wrong, according to the stewards and the police, I was always picked on because I was the weakest link. If, you know, like the Leeds fans colliding with the Man United fans at Leeds, and I was in the middle of it, and I'm thinking, oh my God, mind my cameras and everything. And it was me that got arrested because I'm the weakest link, I'm a woman.
But she didn't let that stop her. This was a woman who knew football, and her knowledge was her power, as she explained to a BBC television programme about photography in 1995.
It's very important to know football, to be able to follow the ball. These players are moving at a hell of a speed to foot us, and you've got to anticipate when the player is going to come in and lunge at the ball or make a sliding tackle, which always looks fabulous in a picture. Because you know the players, you know where they're going to pass it to because you read the signs.
You had to know what you were doing. You had to be what they call a proper photographer. You had to focus, you had to be quick,
games from European competitions because of hooliganism came to an end, and in 1992 the top flight in England would change forever.
Football's new Premier League has finally been given the go-ahead after 10 months of argument. The league, which will replace the First Division, will start this August.
Maggie's cousin, Martin Edwards, was even one of the 5 chairmen who initiated the creation of the Premier League, and she was the competition's first female photographer, working for the Today newspaper. It was also the start of Manchester United's dominance of the English game under Sir Alex Ferguson. Maggie would often be assigned to cover the team because she had such a good relationship with the players and the staff, something which came in handy during a UEFA Cup tie in Moscow.
And I've never seen rain like it. It was going sideways, and it was heavy drops. If it hit you, it would knock you out. It was dreadful. Anyway, in the second half, came back in the second half, and Alex Ferguson and Brian Kidd were sitting in the dugout. And Alex said, "Maggie, are you a bit wet?" I was dripping, literally dripping. He said, "Don't worry about that." He said, "Come and sit between Kiddo and myself." So for the second half of that European match, I was sitting between the manager and the assistant manager.
Was it a better place to get photographs from than where you'd normally be, or not?
Not really. I'd rather be behind the goal, but my gear was soaking. Any minute, and my cameras would stop working. We lost on penalties, and the guy who missed the penalties was sobbing into his shirt, and he was facing towards the dugout. Bosh, bosh, bosh. Great picture, back page. In my bag I had my flash and my wide angle. I thought to myself, Alex will be really annoyed at this. And he looked at me and he said, "If you do that," he said, "I'll never speak to you again." I went, "Right, okay, fair enough."
And it's not just football photography that Maggie's known for. She's also got a certain reputation.
I have a lot of cats, and I've got 7 at the moment, but at one time I had 23. I got a phone call one day from Kath, who was the receptionist at Carrington, and she said, "Maggie, we've got this cat. It's been abandoned. I think it'll have a good life with you." And I said, "I've got 23 cats. For God's sake, Kath, I don't need any more." And there was this Scottish voice from behind, "Maggie, take the cat." And I went, "Okay, Alex," because I reckoned it was him. "Okay, Alex, I'll come round now."
Maggie named the cat Carrington in honour of the Manchester United training ground where he was found. A great relationship with players in football stretched beyond Manchester United, though. At one European game, she even told the Arsenal striker Ian Wright where to celebrate.
I said to Ian, "When you score, I will be sitting here, and I want you to turn round, yeah, to me." And he did score. And he was going the opposite way. And I thought, what? And you could see him going the other way, and then stopping, and then looking round, and then coming back, and yeah, with the arms
about her choice of career.
There was nothing I could have changed. I just went along with the flow. And it was lovely.
Maggie Haroon was the first female photographer in the Premier League. She's still working in football photography and is semi-retired. She was speaking to me, Tim O'Callaghan, for Sporting Witness.
This is the BBC World Service, and in 1962, the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
We explore what was a terrifying moment in history from both sides, the Soviet and the American. The Cuban Missile Crisis.
Episode 1, The Bomb, Kennedy and Khrushchev. Wednesday at 13:30 and 23:30 GMT.
In half an hour, join Claudia Hammond for Health Check.
Why the number of children with high blood pressure has doubled in many countries in the past 2 decades, and the synthetic tongue that can tell how hot is too hot when it comes to spicy food.
The newsroom is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
This is Alex Ritson with the newsroom. Venezuelan fury at Donald Trump's unilateral closure of its airspace. The killing of 2 children by Israel's army for an unauthorized crossing of a line in Gaza helped, say Hamas, to take the total death toll in the territory above 70,000.
The 2 boys who died have been described as an 8-year-old and his elder brother aged 10 or possibly 11. They were killed in what the relatives described as a drone strike by Israeli forces.
At least 600 people dead and millions more affected as 3 tropical cyclones batter large parts of South and Southeast Asia.
After the flood, everything was gone. I wanted to save my clothes, but my house came down. It was swept away. I couldn't save anything, not one thing.
Pope Leo heads to Lebanon on the latest leg of his first foreign trip, and Britain's King Charles leads tributes to the playwright Tom Stoppard, who's died at the age of 88. First, a full bulletin of the very latest world news.
Hello, I'm David Harmon with the BBC News. Venezuela has condemned as a colonialist threat President Trump's warning that its airspace should be considered closed. The Foreign Ministry described his social media post as an extravagant, illegal and unjustified aggression against the Venezuelan people. Washington says it wants to combat drug trafficking, but the Venezuelan government says the aim is to depose President Nicolas Maduro, whose re-election last year was widely denounced as rigged. Sean Dilley is in Washington.
In his election concerns, its human rights abuses and its military alliances that have geopolitically concerned the US when it comes to Venezuela. But in public, President Trump has spoken about the priorities to tackle the transit of drugs into the United States, as well as human trafficking. So on the face of it, it's a war of words potentially, but it's backed by military deployments to the area, significant military assets, including submarines, ships, and the largest warship in the world, the Gerald R. Ford.
Leading left-wing candidate in the Honduran presidential election says the US is also interfering in her country's politics. Risi Moncada of the governing Libre Party accused President Trump of interventionist meddling. Mr. Trump has urged Hondurans to vote for the right-wing candidate Nasri Asfora on Sunday. He threatened to cut funding to Honduras if Mr. Nasri didn't win. A major consortium transporting mainly Kazakh oil from the Caspian region says it's had to suspend loading in the Russian Black Sea port of Novorossiysk after an attack by maritime drones in the early hours of Saturday. The Caspian Pipeline Consortium said it caused significant damage to a mooring point. Here's Danny Aberhart.
The Ukrainian official said maritime drones from his country had destroyed one of the consortium's 3 oil jetties near Novorossiysk. Russia and Kazakhstan are major stakeholders in the company, which is also part-owned by Western firms, including ExxonMobil, Chevron and Shell. Both Kazakhstan and the consortium have condemned the attack on civilian infrastructure. They said the company, which is not under sanctions, played an important role in ensuring global energy security. The consortium also said it considered it a
shut off and internet and electricity only partially restored. The disruption has delayed the arrival of much-needed aid. In Tapanuli, the worst affected area, reports say residents have ransacked grocery stores in search of food. Pressure is mounting on Jakarta to declare a national disaster in Sumatra to enable a faster and more coordinated response.
BBC News. Members of the environmental group Greenpeace have scaled and blocked a coal ship bound for the Australian city of Newcastle, the world's largest port for coal exporting. They're demanding the Australian government stops the use and export of coal and other fossil fuels. The protest was done in conjunction with the Rising Tide People's Blockade, an activist group which earlier on Saturday blocked another ship from entering the port. Australia has the third largest coal reserves in the world. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says the number of people killed in Israel's military offensive has passed 70,000. Doctors say the latest to be killed are 2 boys. James Cook reports from Jerusalem.
Israel launched its offensive in Gaza in response to the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023, in which about 1,200 people were killed and 251 taken hostage. Since then, according to Gaza's health ministry, which is run by Hamas, 70,100 people have been killed in Gaza. Medics at the Nasser military hospital said the most recent victims were 2 children. The Israel Defense Forces told BBC News they had struck 2 suspects who had crossed the so-called Yellow Line, behind which Israeli troops agreed to retreat under a ceasefire brokered by the United States more than 7 weeks ago.
Mexican police say at least 7 people have been killed and several others injured in a shooting at a bar in the central state of Hidalgo. Local media reports say a group of men stormed the bar in Tula and opened fire. Local authorities are searching for them. The Brazilian team Flamengo have beaten another Brazilian team, Palmeiras, to win the Copa Libertadores, the biggest club competition in South American football. The former Real Madrid defender Danilo scored the only goal. It's the 4th time Flamengo have won the competition. The game was played in the Peruvian capital, Lima. This is David Harper in London, and that's the latest BBC News.
Hello, this is Alex Ritson with the newsroom. Relations between Venezuela and the Trump administration have been deteriorating for months, with the US stepping up its very public criticism of the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. US forces have also been building up their military presence in the Caribbean and targeting boats it says have been involved in drug smuggling. Mr. Trump has warned that US efforts to halt Venezuelan drug trafficking by land would begin very soon. Now he's infuriating Caracas even further by posting a warning on his Truth Social platform that the airspace above and around Venezuela should be considered closed. Luis Fajardo from BBC Monitoring told me.
The government of Venezuela has protested in very strong terms what they describe as quote-unquote colonial attitude by the U.S. when the president announced what he calls the closing of the Venezuelan airspace. There are reports in local media, however, from Caracas International Airport, the main airport in the country, suggesting that at least a few planes are still leaving from the airport. So it does not seem to have effectively closed down traffic. Of course, a lot of very intense concern in Venezuela about the possible effects of these new statements by the U.S. president.
So what's the objective of this? Nicolas Maduro and his military are not going to take this lightly.
Well, the government of the U.S. has been very clear, actually, about its displeasure with the Venezuelan government. There is this argument that many commentators are saying that the U.S. hopes that the mere threat of military action against Venezuela would be enough to cause the ranks of the military, which have been remarkably loyal to Maduro until now, to kind of suggest that they could actually remove his support and force him to leave, or convince him to leave, to give up power. There is no evidence up to this point that that is happening. Of course, this is seen as a weeks-long campaign to exert this kind of pressure against the Venezuelan government, and still the expectation to see what will be the actual result.
What do regular people in Venezuela make of all this?
There seem to be mixed feelings. There's certainly at least a part of Venezuelan society that would seem to actually be accepting of the U.S. interfering more or intervening more in Venezuelan affairs and actually trying to convince or to force Maduro out of office. However, there are also voices saying Venezuelan government or close to the Venezuelan government that even if this hypothetical intervention occurred, they would not leave that easily. There's certainly militias in Venezuela. There's even foreign rebel groups like the Colombian ELN and the FARC dissident groups that are present in Venezuela. They have been seen as close to the Maduro administration, and few people expect that they would leave without some kind of a fight if this hypothetical U.S. intervention really occurred.
Briefly, is there anyone waiting in the wings to take over from Nicolas Maduro?
There have been all kinds of speculations about who could be interested in moving into Maduro's position. There have not been really any evidence. One of the striking things about the Maduro administration has been its resiliency over the years, and there is no clear figure that has openly seemed to suggest that he would be willing to take over. Of course, there's lots of speculation about the position of the military, but again, no concrete evidence of anyone appearing directly to try to challenge Maduro in case he left office.
Luis Fajardo from BBC Monitoring. The health ministry in Gaza, which is run by Hamas, has said the number of people killed in the Palestinian territory since the start of the war in 2023 has passed 70,000. Although a fragile ceasefire with Israel is officially holding, civilians are still being killed. The latest deaths include 2 boys. I heard more from our correspondent in Jerusalem, James Cook.
What we're hearing about this latest incident comes from medics at the Nasser military hospital inside Gaza who say that the most recent victims of this conflict are 2 children. Now, Israel prevents the BBC from reporting independently from inside Gaza, so I should say we've been unable to independently verify the details, but the 2 boys who died have been described as an 8-year-old and his elder brother aged 10 or possibly 11. The French news agency Agence France Presse says it has spoken to relatives of the boys, and it reports those relatives as saying the children had been out looking for firework east of Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip when they were killed in what the relatives described as a drone strike by Israeli forces.
What has the Israeli army said about this?
So we have a statement from the Israel Defense Forces, and they have told BBC News that they struck 2 suspects who had crossed the so-called yellow line. Alex, as you know, that's the line behind which Israeli troops agreed to withdraw under the ceasefire that was brokered by the United States just over 7 weeks ago. IDF troops say they identified 2 suspects who crossed that yellow line. They say the suspects conducted suspicious activities on the ground and approached IDF troops operating in the southern Gaza Strip. They say that the suspects, as they describe them, and they don't mention the age of the suspects, that they posed an immediate threat to the troops. And so they say following the identification, they eliminated the suspects in order to remove the threat. And I should say that the IDF says it also killed another person in similar but separate circumstances, also in the southern Gaza Strip.
So these deaths have taken, we're told, the number of people killed in the conflict above 70,000. That is a major milestone. Does it feel as though the war really is carrying on despite the ceasefire?
I mean, it's such a good question. It is obviously a major and grim milestone. Israel, remember, launched this offensive in Gaza in response to the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023. Some 1,200 people were killed in that attack, 251 taken hostage, and since then, as you say, according to Gaza's health ministry, which is run by Hamas, 70,100 people have been killed in Gaza. And yes, the health ministry says 350 of those Palestinian deaths have happened since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, brokered by the states, came into effect just over 7 weeks ago. But it also says a sharp jump in the numbers it's been recording, the health ministry, in recent days is not down to a surge in violence in recent days, but the health ministry in Gaza says that the immediate surge has been mainly down to the fact that it's been able to take advantage of relative, and I use the word advisedly, relative calm since the ceasefire to search for bodies in what is really the wreckage and ruins of Gaza.
James Cook. A study has shown that amphibious forests are now releasing more carbon dioxide emissions than they absorb. Researchers at 3 universities in the UK published their findings in the journal Scientific Reports. Here's Camilla Mills.
These ecosystems play a pivotal role in the global carbon cycle. Using advanced satellite data and machine learning, the researchers tracked more than a decade of changes. The study showed reducing it between 2010 and 2017. During that time, the continent lost about 106 billion kilograms of forest biomass per year. The report says that without urgent action to stop forest loss, the world risks losing one of its most important natural carbon buffers.
You're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. Our main headlines. Venezuela has condemned President Trump's warning that its airspace should be considered closed as an illegal and unjustified aggression. One of Russia's largest oil terminals has halted operations following an attack by sea drones, which officials in Kyiv say Ukraine carried out. And rescue operations are continuing in Indonesia after floods and landslides killed more than 300 people in Sumatra. The number of dead from those devastating floods and landslides across parts of southern and southeast Asia continues to rise. In Indonesia, as we've just been hearing, 300 people have been killed. Monsoon rain, exacerbated by tropical storms, caused some of the worst flooding in years, with millions affected across the region. These people in the remote village of Biruan in Aceh province in Indonesia said their homes had been destroyed.
After the flood, everything was gone. I wanted to save my clothes, but my house came down, was swept away. I couldn't save anything, not one thing.
We did receive some aid, but so far we have only got 2 bags of rice. We haven't received any medical aid from the government. We severely lack food, even the rice. We haven't got any left at all now.
Amy Sawita Lefevre from Save the Children is helping with the flood response in Thailand.
We've seen perhaps some of the heaviest rain in a generation in at least 25 or 30 years. Many have said that the warnings were slow, provinces were slow to evacuate people, and the initial response was not perhaps as coordinated as it could have been, which is why we saw such devastating scenes. Children are traumatized. Children have been through a lot. Many of them have been rescued from rooftops. They've been stuck inside their homes with their relatives, and so the needs are very, very high at the moment.
Our global affairs reporter Anbarasan Etirajan told me more about Sri Lanka, where the country has declared a state of emergency and appealed for international help.
The local officials are calling it as the worst flooding in about a decade. I spoke to a couple of our colleagues and friends. What they were describing, it was never in the past water had entered their homes. This is the first time they are seeing water coming in, and they had to go and temporarily live with their relatives far away. Now, the human cost has been devastating. More than 150 people killed, but there are dozens of people missing, especially in the central part of Sri Lanka and eastern part of Sri Lanka. There were landslides, people were washed away in this torrent of water. And what many people were describing was this was happening very quickly. Even the water coming out, bursting banks of the river, entering into residential areas, hardly giving them any time to pick up their belongings and run away. They just had to leave the house and move away. And already there was monsoon rains, and then there was also this cyclone Ditwa passing through that island. Tens of thousands of people have been moved away. More than 20,000 homes were destroyed or damaged partially. So the human suffering has been enormous, and that's why the president has now declared a state of emergency that will give them power to supervise all these emergency work.
And Sri Lanka, just one of the countries which has been affected.
If you go further southeast, Indonesia is one of the worst affected countries, where hundreds of people have died. And again, the Sumatra island, people are still trying to find their relatives, because what is happening there is many bridges have been washed away. So making communication and emergency relief work very difficult. People have moved to relief camps in between, and also the emergency services are finding it difficult to move this earth-moving equipment, heavy machinery, to dig all these landslide areas to find if there are any survivors. So in some areas of Sumatra Island, people are using shovels and bare hands to dig through this rubble to find if there are any survivors. It's not just Indonesia. Thailand, again, one of the cities in southern Thailand, received the worst rain in about 300 years. Complete deluge, and there is also criticism of the local government, how far they were prepared. And now, as we speak, the southern Indian state of
Sunday, the people of Honduras will head to the polls to choose a new president, as well as members of Congress and local officials. The presidential frontrunner is a former TV host and Vice President Salvador Nasrallah, but that hasn't stopped President Trump from trying to influence the result. In the last few days, he warned on social media that he would withdraw aid to Honduras if voters do not choose a conservative candidate. Most polls suggest that many Hondurans have already made up their minds. Our correspondent Will Grant has compiled this report from the Honduran capital, Tegucigalpa.
El presidente de los Estados Unidos, Donald Trump.
As the candidates in Honduras wound up their campaigns, local TV news channels have mainly been discussing Donald Trump's social media posts. At least one presenter was so shocked she even questioned on air whether the content of his posts was real. First, President Trump openly backed the conservative candidate Nasty Asfuda, and then threatened to cut off funds to Honduras if the country didn't elect him. But most controversially, he said he'd pardon the disgraced ex-president Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was jailed for 45 years by a US court on drug smuggling and weapons charges.
I'm in the farmers' market in Tegucigalpa, chatting to some of the stall owners. Many say they're underwhelmed by the names on the ballots, such is their perception of ingrained corruption and cronyism in Honduran politics.
Que veamos la realidad, que queremos lo mejor para el país.
People must vote based on the reality and not be blindly loyal to party colours, insists Roma Senator Nicole Castillo.
Y este partido que ahorita está gobernando Xiomara Castro.
Yet stall owner Ronald Flores argues that the president, Xiomara Castro, and the ruling party Libre in Honduras have been unfairly portrayed in the media and overall have improved the lot of the poorest. The Libre candidate is Ritzy Moncada, who Donald Trump dismissed as a communist and an admirer of Fidel Castro.
Yo soy implacable contra la corrupción.
Speaking to students, Ms. Moncada described herself as implacable in the fight against corruption and promised to tackle the issue, which so many Hondurans identify as one of the country's biggest problems.
Cuidado, se equivoca, general.
Such claims failed to convince Maribel Espinosa, though. The outspoken congresswoman for the Liberal Party warned the top brass of the armed forces to honour their commitment to uphold the Constitution, rather than any individual politician or party. Ms. Espinosa stood as a presidential candidate for the Liberal Party herself, who was beaten by the current frontrunner, former television host and ex-vice president Salvador Nasrallah.
Los partidos tenemos el deber de autodepurar.
The political parties have the duty to purge themselves. There are criminals in the National Party, there are criminals in the Liberal Party, there are criminals in the Libre and in the other parties. So to break out of the cycle, we must elect people who don't have any links to organised crime.
Thank you, President Trump, because today you have corrected the grave injustice.
News of Mr. Trump's promise to pardon Juan Orlando Hernandez filtered into Honduras, and Mr. Hernandez's wife and two daughters gave a hastily arranged press conference to thank the US president. Yet as Hondurans cast their ballots, plenty will be furious at the idea of a pardon for the man they saw as the personification of drug cartel-related corruption and cronyism. Many also harbour fears over irregularities in the vote or the count, and over the creeping politicisation of the armed forces. Analyst Josue Murillo laments the options in front of the Honduran people.
We are in an election where we have to choose not between the best candidates, but the least worst. And that is something that really hurts.
One voter told me that the thing to remember about Hondurans is that they're fanatical about religion, about politics, and about football, he said. After the national football team narrowly failed to qualify for next year's FIFA World Cup, a group of radical fans briefly blocked their players from entering the stadium before a game to urge them to show more commitment, to sweat for the shirt as they chanted. In politics too, most people want more effort from their leaders, greater sacrifice for the national good over personal ambition and corrupt enrichment.
Will Grant reporting from the Honduran Orthodox country with a significant Christian population, and the pontiff's visit carries a message of peace, coexistence, and solidarity. Our Middle East correspondent Hugo Beshega reports.
Pope Leo's visit to Lebanon is being framed as an important national moment. Posters with pictures of the Pope decorate the streets of Beirut, and over the next 3 days, he will meet Lebanon's leaders, hold a silent prayer at the site of the deadly port explosion in 2020, and lead a mass at the waterfront that is expected to be attended by 12,000 people. The visit comes amid political and economic turmoil here, and rising fears of a possible escalation of the Israeli attacks against the Shia Muslim movement Hezbollah. The group has welcomed the visit, describing Lebanon as a diverse social fabric. Given the recent warnings from Israel, some Lebanese have described the trip as the calm before the storm.
Hugo Beshega in Beirut. King Charles has led tributes to the playwright Tom Stoppard, who's died at the age of 88. He described him as one of Britain's greatest writers who challenged, moved and inspired his audiences. The UK's National Theatre worked closely with Tom Stoppard and premiered many of his best-known plays, including Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are Dead, Arcadia and Jumpers. The theatre praised his sharp intellect, inventive narrative structures and a blend of highbrow humour with profound philosophical inquiries. He won theatre awards in London and New York and also worked in cinema. Here's Sarah Campbell.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are Dead, the play which in 1967 made his name. It took two minor characters from Shakespeare's Hamlet and put them centre stage, baffled and bewildered by the seemingly arbitrary events around them. It was like Samuel Beckett, but with better jokes.
So we've got a letter which explains everything. You've got it. I thought you had it. I do have it. You have it. You've got it. I don't get it. You haven't got it. I just said I've got it. Oh, I've got it. Shut up.
The young Stoppard was witty and playful, but took ideas seriously. Perhaps that reflected his background. Czech-born, but brought up as a self-deprecating Englishman.
They're all gifts from God. I mean, you come to a certain point and something you need arrives. And without getting mystical about it, I just know from years of it happening that one is continually given Christmas presents.
You dare to deny that this means war?
And on stage, he combined actors and a symphony orchestra to dramatise the plight of Soviet dissidents locked away in mental hospitals.
I have no symptoms, I have opinions.
Your opinions are your symptoms. Your disease is dissent.
I love you.
The Real Thing was a play about adultery.
So you'll forgive me anything, is that it, Hen? I'm a selfish cow.
It starred Felicity Kendall, for whom Stoppard left his second wife, the doctor and broadcaster Miriam Stoppard.
Is that right?
He worked in films as well, often as a script doctor brought in to add sparkle to other writers' work. He collaborated with Terry Gilliam on his dystopian fantasy Brazil.
You writing? A comedy. All but done. Pirate comedy.
And won an Oscar for his contribution to Shakespeare in Love.
How much? £10. You're a liar. I swear he was running me up for Ned and the Admiral's men. Ned's wrong for it.
Tom Stoppard, who managed to combine an intellectual's delight in complexity with an entertainer's talent for having fun.
Sarah Campbell, and an anecdote has Tom Stoppard being called by Steven Spielberg with a movie script offer for $1 zillion. The writer regrets that he is under commission to the BBC, he replied, triggering incredulity that he would turn down a movie for TV. A reported reply, no. Radio. Main news this hour. Venezuela has condemned President Trump's warning that its airspace should be considered closed as an illegal and unjustified aggression. There is plenty more, as always, in the Global News podcast, which is made by the same team behind this programme for now, though. Thanks for listening to the newsroom.
This is the BBC World Service, with Emma Ford investigating the global trade in meteorites.
When rare rocks come up, the interest in them and their price tag is big.
Sold $4,300,000. Congratulations.
When meteorites crash to Earth, a race to find them begins.
As soon as
something falls, it's get up and go time.
The rise in technology like doorbell cameras and cameras on our phones mean more and more fireballs are being spotted as they streak across the sky.
It's unlike anything that it was back in the day. People are beginning to fight for the better ones.
It's led to a lucrative trade, but is that at a cost to science and those looking to study them?
Rods to Riches, Thursday at 9:30 and 20 GMT. Hello, I'm Claudia Hammond. Health Check is coming up after the news. Well, we'll be hearing how the number of children with high blood pressure has doubled in many countries in the past 2 decades, and what long-term concerns this might bring. Why might stress in pregnancy be associated with a baby's first teeth coming through earlier? And the synthetic tongue that can tell how hot is too hot when it comes to spicy food. All coming up after the news in Health Check from the BBC.
BBC News, I'm Alex Ritson. Venezuela has condemned as a colonialist threat President Trump's warning that its airspace should be considered closed. The US does not have the authority to close another country's airspace, but Mr. Trump's comments could deter more airlines from operating there. The leading left-wing candidate in the Honduran presidential election, Rixi Moncada, says President Trump is interfering in her country's politics too. Mr. Trump has urged Hondurans to vote for the right-wing candidate Nasri Asfura on Sunday. A second US congressional committee has said it plans to investigate the Navy's actions in the Caribbean, where US forces have killed at least 80 people on what they call drug smuggling vessels. The House Armed Services Committee said it would rigorously oversee the Defense Department's operations in the area. One of Russia's largest oil terminals has halted operations following an attack by sea drones. The consortium says it suspended loading in the Black Sea port of Novorossiysk. A official in Kiev confirmed that Kiev was behind Friday's night's attacks. Evacuation efforts are continuing on the Indonesian island of Sumatra, where floods and landslides have killed more than 300 people. In some places, reports say desperate people are ransacking food shops. There have been an estimated 300 more deaths in Malaysia, Thailand, and Sri Lanka. Members of the environmental activist group Greenpeace have scaled and blocked a coal ship bound for the Australian city of Newcastle, the world's largest port for coal exporting. They're demanding the Australian government stops the use and export of coal and other fossil fuels. And the Brazilian football club Flamengo have beaten Palmeiras to win the Copa Libertadores, the biggest prize in South American football. The former Real Madrid and Manchester City defender Danilo headed the only goal of the match. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to Health Check from the BBC. I'm Claudia Hammond here for the next half an hour with the latest health news from around the world. Why has the proportion of children with high blood pressure doubled in the last 2 decades? More on that in a moment. And to help me today, I have family doctor Anne Robertson. How are you?
Hello, really good, thanks.
What do you have for us today?
Well, we're going to talk about there's been a thumbs up for HRT, hormone replacement therapy, in the United States, and how artificial tongues have got tongues wagging.
Looking forward to that one. And weight loss injections have been touted as a treatment for all sorts of different diseases. Now the results of 2 trials with people with Alzheimer's disease are out. More on that later. We are starting with these findings that the proportion of children with high blood pressure has doubled in the last 20 years. The new study brings together data from 21 countries, from Argentina to Tanzania and France to Iran. Kazem Rahimi, who is Professor of Cardiovascular Medicine and Population Health at the University of Oxford, worked on the study, and I asked him about the scale of the changes he's seen.
So, on average, what we saw that about 1 in 20 children had what we call hypertension, that is having a high blood pressure above a certain threshold. And if you look at it across the years, it nearly doubled just within the past 20 years. The rate increased from 2000 to 2020 from roughly 3% to 6%. So overall, still, if you like, the proportions are not very high, but given that these are children and that could translate into hypertension in adulthood, still of concern.
Were you surprised to see a doubling in 20 years like that?
Yes, we were surprised because there were previous studies that had suggested just about 10 years ago a more modest rise of about 40%. But seeing a doubling in the proportion of people with elevated blood pressure was, at least to me personally, surprising.
And you looked across 21 different countries. Did you have similar results, or was it some countries where you saw more of an increase than others?
But that is also a very interesting finding, and again, a bit surprising for myself. So what we found was that was actually not a material difference in the proportion of children affected by high blood pressure across different parts of the world. They were relatively consistent. About 4 or 5% of the people children were found to have hypertension. There were some subtle differences about the type of elevated blood pressure that we observed across different countries, but the key message is that no, the proportions were similar.
Are there health implications of having high blood pressure in childhood that might follow these children later into life?
Yes, unfortunately, it is the case that what we know is children who have high blood pressure are more likely to have early hypertension in adulthood, and unfortunately that translates in major heart and cardiovascular conditions down the line.
Are there any problems in childhood if you have high blood pressure?
Usually high blood pressure in childhood does not manifest in anything that children would notice or the parents would notice. Unfortunately, it is one of those risk factors that we